Well,
Save one save.
I'm going to be right back. I need to go grab my real life dice because these dice are buns.
Agreed.
okay, sure thing. We'll wait for him in just a moment then before we officially get started.
Mhm.
Yeah, we'll see how this kind of 3D environment works. I want I want the hope that it makes things a bit more immersive and more interactable and such, or I guess more sensical as well. To explaining
I'm
environment
back.
details. So we'll see how it works. Okay. All right. Now that everyone's here. All right. Recap time. So the last time the party, on the last adventure, the party found themselves somewhere. Where's my campaign journal? Okay. Yes. The party was traveling in Ibram, the carriage driver's carriage, to Londell. Along the way, they found a peculiar man by the name of Calistarius, who exhibited some extraordinary abilities and seems to have a relation to Peregrine Tarner. After a brief scuffle with goblins and some shenanigans from one Daniel Reynolds, the party found themselves in the humble town of Londell, center of the region, where they then immediately traveled to the estate of Lord Francis Jespo, where they've now found themselves inside the foyer, and have also learned of Ada's relation to the Jespo family. And with that, we are caught up to the present.
All right.
Francis Jespo eyes the party down from the stairs in the foyer and says, "So, you three are the compatriots that my dear Ada has accompanied over the last few days. Is that correct?"
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Ah, very good. And I believe it's time for an introduction for myself as well. My name is Francis Jespo. I believe I'll be courteous, and you do not need to refer to me with formalities. We can refer to each other's names instead.
Nice to meet you. I'm
With
Daniel.
that being, nice to meet you, Daniel.
Well
Francis,
met, sir. My name is Peregrine Tarner.
and nice to meet you as well, Peregrine Tarner. At this point, Calistarius would also give a brief introduction to himself. And you as well, Calistarius. Since you three are guests in my house, I believe it would be curt to invite you all to a meal tonight, as well as a stay in one of our guest rooms for the night. Is that quite all right?
That is, thank
Well,
you.
that would be much appreciated.
Very good. Ada, if you don't mind, I have some business to attend to before the meal. I have to get the servants ready. If you don't mind, show them to where the guest room is. And I'll
Of
see you,
course, Father.
and I'll see you all in the dining hall in about half an hour's time. And we may all get to know each other a bit more better. Francis motions for a quick hug.
Yeah, I'm gonna hug him.
All right, you hug Francis briefly, and then Francis then goes back up the stairs.
All right. I'll motion for everyone to come with me.
I will dutifully follow.
I'll also follow.
I mean,
Alright.
yeah.
Calistarius will follow the party. On your way to the guest rooms, you pass through what seems to be a leisure area for the servants. It's not very well kept, but it's more than what some other lords would keep for their servants. There seems to be a few tarnished tankards and rags on the table, as well as some other bits and pieces strewn about, laden barrels. You find yourself in the hallway facing the guest rooms.
Ada, please. All right. All right. I'll take everyone to the door, and I'll open it and go through.
Okay. As you
I have
open the
fallen.
as you open the door, as Ada opens the door and prepares to go through, a door across the hallway opens, and out comes what appears to be one of the servants of the house. He eyes the party in the hallway and appears a little confused for a moment.
All
He
right,
appears he appears to have something on his mind, but doesn't want to say it.
do I know their name? Do they have a name, or I
Yeah.
could just...
Yes, you would know their name.
But like,
This one's. Well, you're in the room currently though, because you passed through the door.
Yeah, I guess I'll step out, out to address them, like here-ish.
Okay, you step back through the door and see the servants in the hall. You recognize them as Uriel.
I'll say, "Hi, Uriel."
Uriel responds with a quick, rehearsed, "Greetings, Lady Jaspo. Is there anything I may do for you at this hour?"
No, nothing in particular. I was just showing some companions to the guest rooms. We've been traveling, and my father invited them to dinner.
You have guests staying for dinner, my lady? Very
Yes.
well. I'll inform the Chamberlain, so we may begin the preparations.
Thank
Uriel
you.
says. Uriel exits through the same door he came through.
Alright. Alright, I guess I'll go back in the room. And if I could stand up. Alright.
Yeah, so, some of the...
Why is she falling
Alright.
down the stairs in her own house?
Here, you know what? Let me try toggling off the grid placement for the figures, so that might help more precisely put them where we want them to.
I guess in the meantime, it is gonna like motion to around the room and say, "Everyone, please make yourselves at home."
All right.
Alright, and then
Okay.
she's gonna leave and then go to her bedroom.
Okay. As Ada leaves the room, you take a quick moment to inspect the surroundings around you. There's one there is one king size bed in the left corner of the room. It looks decently worn, but still should provide a decent amount of comfort for a good night's rest. There's a small end table to the side of it, and and in another corner of the room, there is a medium-sized dresser sitting in the corner. And in the middle of the room, there is a beaten-up wooden table with two rather rustic-looking chairs sitting beside it. There isn't anything on the table.
I'm going to plop onto one of the chairs.
Okay. Sit
Just
yourself
like that,
down
I
on-
fall face first onto the table as well.
Man, you must be
Uh,
tired.
Swamp.
I am a bit sleepy.
You sit down onto one of the chairs, and despite its outward appearance, the chair cushions your bottom quite comfortably.
All right. So, Ada just sort of wandered off.
Yeah. So I guess we should get to know each other a little bit more while we,
I was gonna suggest the exact same thing, sir.
All right. Just so you all know, I'll roleplay Calistarius.
Okay.
All right. So, where you two come from?
That is a
What-
good question. I don't think I wrote
Well-
that down, actually. I need to.
Well, what was your name again, fighter? Believe it slipped my mind.
Wait. I'm sorry. Sorry. Did you say what's your name again, fighter?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I'm so sorry. My name's Daniel.
Daniel, that's a name I don't believe I've heard very often myself. Well, about your inquiry. I come from the city, the capital city of Dayura, of this region. And so would my brother, in fact. He looks over to
That'd be
her.
me.
Oh, nice.
We haven't seen each other for a fair amount of time.
Good long while at this point. Couple months at least.
Why is that? Yeah. Like, how come you two got separated?
Oh, well, this old rotten son of a gun got lost at sea like the dumbass he is.
I'll have you know, Peregrine, it was for not for good reason. And I'll have you know, I came out quite unscathed.
Now,
Sure you did. Whatever you tell yourself.
you didn't try sending like a message in a bottle to anyone?
That's what I said.
I didn't have that option. I was quite deep in the ocean, you could say.
Like
What about you,
underwater
Daniel?
or on an island?
Yes, underwater. Have any of you ever been to the Wigerian Ocean to the west?
Can't say I have, and you fucking know that.
I
Yes,
haven't.
well, I should know at least from you, Peregrine. You haven't traveled very far out from Diura coastal waters.
You know I much prefer Uncle's line of work.
Indeed. Speaking of Uncle, where is that rotten tankard of a man?
Funny story. He is. Well, he's here and not.
Here and not? You mind elaborating?
I glance over to Daniel. Perhaps not at the moment. I don't know how. Hey, Daniel.
Yeah, what's up?
Tell us a little bit about yourself before I go spilling all my deep dark secrets.
Well, a lot of it's blur, but I did live with a goblin family for 5 to 6 months, roughly.
Did you now?
Yep.
Goblins. So that's what you. That's why you were able to talk to them earlier.
Yeah.
But I take it they didn't like you back much either, judging we had to fight them.
Well, the goblins that I lived with kind of mistaken me for other goblins.
So what goblin family do you come from?
Give me 1 second. I gotta bring up my sheet again. I really should have had this out by now.
Do you need me to fill you in?
No, I mean, I'm bringing it up right now. I come from the Daggertooth family.
Daggertooth? I'm surprised goblins even know what a dagger is. Or a tooth.
I was surprised about that myself.
I can't imagine. I can't imagine they have the best dental hygiene.
Nope. But, all I know is that they were able to patch me up. Because, kind of got hit on the noggin. Was, also injured. Not death injuries, but, they patched me up. So,
Very nice of them.
Quite peculiar of a goblin family indeed. Are they around this region, do you know?
I actually would not know that, Paul, would you?
Yes, they would be in this region.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they're in this region.
Seems like they might have some enemies given on how the other goblins responded so aggressively.
Yeah, other goblin families do not get along with, other goblin families.
I can see how that would cause some conflict.
Yeah.
Yes, well, in all my years, I've never heard of too many goblins getting along with each other. It's tribal instincts.
Oh, yes. They are very indeed territorial.
Hey, anybody know where Ada went off to? She didn't really tell us what we were supposed to do other than just sort of chill here.
I assume we're just waiting for the lord of the manor to say that dinner is ready.
Yeah, I'm kind of doing the same.
That would make sense.
Do you think one
That
of
would
us
make
should
the most
go see
sense.
where Ada went off to?
No, I was just curious. I'd hate to get lost personally.
Me too. This is not
Yeah.
a familiar environment to me.
Well, we also don't want to just offend our hosts for, walking around unattended.
That is true. He is offering us some very nice hospitality.
Very well. Willing to continue to stay in here for the time being, till we're called upon. Calistarius continues to watchingly look you up and down, Peregrine.
I gesture to the tarot card in my hat, trying with the hand that is opposite side of Daniel, so that he can try and inform Calistarius without informing Daniel, because he's not sure how Daniel would react to him making a pact with a literal devil. Because that's typically probably not great.
So you're just gesturing to the card in your hat?
Yes.
Okay. Calistarius takes notes, and he briefly says, "Fancy card you got there? Where'd you pick it up?"
Gift from Uncle.
"From Uncle Alistor?"
Yes,
He never
sir.
He never gave me much of nothing.
Never had to. You were always running off with Ma.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess you're right about that. Calistarius then takes a seat on the bed and puts down his backpack. Is there anything else the party is doing in this room?
Not
I
really.
think I would just be relaxing, yeah.
Okay. Is there anything, shifting focus, is there anything Ada is doing in her room?
Yeah, she'd just kind of like put down her gear, like get out of her armor, maybe change into some like fresher clothes. And I guess after that she'd like pick up one of the like a book from her room that she has in there and like start reading like I guess something either on like metallurgy, like I guess like dwarven metals,
Okay.
or like some kind of manual or history book.
All right, you look through to find a book of just description, and you find a volume titled A Dwarvish Lesson About Dwarvish Alloys. You flip through some pages and skim through the contents. And you become a little bit more knowledgeable about how the dwarves of the land make metals.
All right.
Heather?
Is there anything else?
I don't think so.
Okay. About 45 minutes passes. And in the guest room, the party hears a knock at the door. And a familiar voice says, "May I come in?"
Sure thing.
The door opens and inside steps Francis Gispo. He looks at the party across the room and says, "Forgive me for the wait. It's late after all, and even the servants are tired at this hour, but we've gotten everything for a decent enough meal prepared. Do you want me to show you do you mind if I show you all to the dining room now?"
Of course not. That'd be most helpful. Thank you, sir.
Very good. Follow me, and I also hope that you all were able to accommodate yourselves in the guest room well enough. Francis then opens the door again and waits outside the hall for the party to exit.
I've fallen again.
So is everyone leaving?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. As the party steps outside the hall, Francis suddenly gets a quick look of surprise strewn upon his face and says, "Oh, I forgot my daughter. Just a moment." Francis
Damn.
then hurriedly
That's
a wild
sentence.
Oh man. Oops.
Oh shit! Forgot my daughter real quick. BRB.
Oh no, my adoptive daughter.
Francis then hurriedly rushes through the party in the hall and moves over to another door and knocks on it. He says, "Ada, are you in there?"
Yes, father.
The dinner is ready now. Whenever you're ready, you may meet with the rest of us in the dining hall."
Okay.
Francis, you then hear footsteps leaving from the doorway. Francis meets up with the rest of the party and says, "Apologies, something's slipped my mind from time to time. Ada will be with us in the dining hall shortly. She knows her way around here." Francis then moves across to the end of the hall and opens up another door and goes through. He holds the
Follow
door
him,
open
I
for the party.
shall.
Okay. As the party travels into the next room, Francis briefly speaks up and says, "We're almost to the dining room. This is just the brewery and dispensary that the servants use to make the meals. There isn't anything to pay mind to in here. And he continues over to the next door, one of the corners of the hall.
I'm gonna I like quickly glance around the room now just to see, because now I don't believe him.
Okay. Are you doing like just a basic inspection, or do you want to like really look deeper into
I'm
it?
not like I'm just like looking around the room now to see if there's anything like overtly out of place, because now I'm expecting there to be like, I don't know, a cow on its hind legs or something in the corner.
Okay, what's your passive perception then, Peregrine?
Um, passive. It's 10 plus wisdom, right? So it's 12.
It's 10 plus your wisdom plus your proficiency modifier. Yes. Your proficiency modifier in perception if you have it.
I'm not proficient in perception.
So you do not add your proficiency modifier, just add your wisdom to a base score of 10.
So then just 12.
Okay. As Francis goes over to the next door, you take a brief moment to look around the brewery. You see many barrels strewn about the place, as well as some tankards and wine bottles on some of the counters in the middle of the room. Some of them appear to be dirtier than others, but from what you can tell at a eye's glance, there doesn't appear to be anything terribly off about the room.
Okay.
At this point, does the party follow Francis through the door?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Okay.
I got distracted.
Mhm.
Yeah, sometimes as a DM, I don't know if the party wants to continue doing stuff, or if I need to move things along. So sorry if I ask sometimes like that. The party
What was the name of the room we were just in? Sorry.
the brewery.
All right, thank you.
So the party follows Francis through the next door, and inside there's a few inside the next room appears to be what appears to be the dining hall. There's a few chairs strewn about in the neatly manner, as well as a small table in front of each chair. There's a lit brazier that hangs above the tables, as well as a few smaller end tables around the room with some utensils and fine dinnerware on their tops. You can see next to one of the chairs and tables is the visage of Uriel, the person you found in the hallway earlier, setting up one of the tables. And next to another table, you find an unfamiliar face. standing next to one of the chairs. He has a stance of... He has a posture and stance of politeness. And he's dressed in much more extravagant and polished apparel than Uriel is, comparatively. Francis speaks up and says, "Here we are at the dining hall. You may choose a seat to sit down in, and of course make yourself comfortable. If you have any questions, Uriel and my chamberlain here shall accommodate you in whatever needs you need. I will be back in just a short moment. I must see to my wife."
Thank you kindly.
Thank you. I'm gonna quickly go over to Uriel and ask where the restroom is.
Uriel looks at you and says, "The outhouse is outside by the garden. Shall I show you to it?"
No thanks. I think I can find it on my own. Thank you, though. I'm just gonna
Are you...
quickly go outside and then... Yeah.
Okay, before Uriel
Hmm?
appears as though he's about to speak up, but you leave too quickly for him to respond.
Oh, okay.
He then continues to set the table.
Yeah. I'll be back while it's happening.
Potty break.
Okay. Does everyone mind waiting for him for a bit?
That's fine.
I'm good.
Okay. I hope I hope that this isn't a bit slow paced or too slow paced for you guys right now.
No, I'm chilling. This is
Yeah.
part of D&D, brother.
Okay. Cool. On an unrelated note, I don't know if that was just a power move from Eric, where he he just disregarded the directions of Uriel and just left. like what was he gonna do? Just take a poo in one of the bug bushes?
I was so confused when he was like, no thanks, I'll get it. I was like, what? Why? Why not just accept directions?
All right. So I think I have a question. Would this here, would Ada know about this?
What are you pointing to?
Is this just for decoration, or is it just is it actually a thing?
It actually does have significance. So yes, you would know what it is. Do you need me to?
All right.
I'll DM it to you.
Thanks. Okay.
Okay. All right, Eric's back. Let's continue.
Yep.
So, the well-dressed man beside one of the tables, looks to Peregrine and Calistarius and says, "Greetings, honored guests. My name is Chamberlain Barter, but you'd best just refer to me as Chamberlain."
Nice to meet your acquaintance, Chamberlain.
I'm gonna be walking into the room as he's saying that.
Okay. As you step back into the room, Uriel looks behind him and takes a brief glance over at Daniel with a look of confusion, and then continues back at what he was doing on the table. The Chamberlain continues. In just a moment, the other servants will be here with the food prepared. They are taking a bit longer than expected.
This is now here, and she's gonna be
Okay.
sitting.
As the Chamberlain finishes his thought, you notice Ada step out of the door in the back and walk over and take a seat at one of the chairs.
With difficulty, apparently.
It's
Struggles
fun.
with chair.
I mean,
Critical
it's a
fail.
chair. It shouldn't be too tall for her. It's not a bar stool. Alright, come on. That didn't happen.
critical fail on sitting.
Big
Alright, is she like, I don't know what the...
Gonna need a save and throw on that.
Like that? Or like...
You're just sitting upside down in the chair now, doing a handstand.
No, that didn't happen.
Okay.
She knows her way around a chair, especially in her own house.
Okay.
I believe it.
So, after just a few moments of waiting, one of the doors swings open, and out comes Francis with a woman behind him, a very elegantly dressed woman, and as well as a few additional servants in their wake. The servants are carrying trays filled with delectable looking food and drinks. Francis
Right,
speaks up. Sorry, you were saying something?
I guess, alright, I'll wait. Sorry.
Okay. Francis speaks up as he approaches the head of the table. My friends, thank you for being here tonight. I believe me and my servants have provided a most gracious feast for the lot of you. Please, take what you want and eat up. And he says as he takes a seat at the head of the table. The servants then begin to each then begin to lay out platters along each table. I don't know why it's not letting me put them in that taste. Okay. Okay, you know what? Screw this.
I don't know. I'm having ease, sitting at the table.
Okay.
Well, good for you.
Don't worry, I struggle with it.
Alright, he's in the chair, I guess.
All right, as the servants each lay out the platters along each of the party's respective tables, the Chamberlain speaks up and says, "Is there any alcoholic beverages that any of you prefer?"
Got any rum?
Oh God.
Yes. Well, yes, we do. The Chamberlain responds.
May I quickly ask the
claps.
DM, is there ham on the table?
I swear to fucking God.
I
Okay.
knew it.
Oh.
Okay. Okay. Calm down, Paul. Okay. So, you take
There's
a
a
look
very
at the
easy
platter.
solution to this.
You take a look at the platter beside you. It's admonished with steamy vegetables like broccoli and spinach, as well as the main course being a rather large chicken leg.
So no ham.
In response to Daniel asking for rum, Ada's gonna like slowly turn her head towards Daniel and like look at him with a worried expression on her face, and then like subtly shake her head as if to like say, "Please don't do this."
Okay, so remind me, Daniel, did you ask the Chamberlain about the ham or just about the rum?
Just about the rum.
Just about the rum. Okay. The Chamberlain responds to you and says, We'll have a glass of rum to you right away." He claps his hands. "Uriel, to the brewery with a bottle of rum, please." Uriel then nods and rushes off into the brewery, out into the brewery door. He will be back in just a moment, sir. Is there anything else?
Are you asking me directly or the entire party?
He's asking the entire party.
Oh, okay, I just need to clarify that because I'm stupid, so.
Oof. Thank you kindly for the offer, but I will pass.
Very well. If any of you need any more accommodations, I will remain here. The Chamberlain says as he then withdraws into a corner of the room and stands proudly.
Lurks.
Alright. Ada's gonna turn to Letty and say, Hi, Hi, Mother.
Oh, my dear Ada. How are you doing? It's been however many months it's been at the... How has everything been at the academy?
Very well, although I've been away recently. I've been traveling in search of something that would aid in my studies.
Oh? And it would appear that you've also found some acquaintances along the road. Do you mind if you introduce them to me?
Of course. This is Daniel, Peregrine, and Calistarius.
Nice to meet you, ma'am.
The woman then looks across the tables to each party member and says, "Fair greetings to you all. My name is Letty Gispo. But for the purposes of this meal, you may just call me Letty. I am the wife of Francis. and I am the adoptive mother of Ada here. Ada, Letty continues, you mentioned you were trying to find something for your studies. Do you want to tell me?
Well, of course. I was trying to figure out more about the artifact, and it seemed like there was nothing at the academy, so I was looking to venture outside the academy and to see if I could find anything, but nothing so far. But I remain hopeful.
As you mention the name of the artifact, Letty then begin talking in a more hushed tone and says, "Oh, about that, have you told anything about our friends here about that? I don't believe it's very smart to let the public know about such a thing."
Well, I only showed Peregrine some of the pieces I took with me because he was interested. Apparently, he's an archaeologist.
They were very fascinating, ma'am.
An archaeologist, you say? Letty then looks across the room to Peregrine. Pray tell, have you been to the nearby ruins? I believe they're called Saranthia.
Saranthia. I have, in fact. I just recently finished an exploration there.
Oh, that's good news. Have you found anything interesting there? I believe there was supposed to be a proper excavation of the site, but nothing's come of it yet. It just sits there today.
Did I find anything interesting whilst excavating by myself?
To your character's knowledge, you would have found just some broken statues and weathered weathered transcriptions in foreign languages. You wouldn't have found anything of value.
Nothing that I ain't seen before, just some old broken statues. But I do love me some ruins. They were some very good ruins. Anything you know about it?
Oh, what do I know about them? As the noble lady I am, nothing much, really. I can't really leave the house very much. All I hear are talking tos and rumors around the house. I do know that in ancient days it used to be something of a outpost, I believe.
Wasn't now. You wouldn't happen to know what for, would you?
I can't say, sir. It might have been for war. It might have been for civilian purposes. I haven't a clue.
She hasn't a clue, doesn't she?
Is this out of character, I guess?
Oh yeah, this is me thinking. This is in my head. I
That'll be weird.
Yeah, no, that's why it wasn't in the southern accent.
Peregrine, you feel the card in your cap or in your hat start to vibrate, and you hear that familiar voice come to you again. Oh, nephew. You found It appears you found yourself a rather attractive lady across the room from you. I don't take it she's single.
I like suddenly stand up and like, excuse me for a moment, and I walk out of the room very quickly.
Okay,
Man.
Francis looks to Peregrine as he leaves the room and says, "Okay, but please do not be very long, sir."
You hear muffled like that is a merit. You hear muffled something which you can't tell translates to me talking to in hushed voices. That is a married woman who is being very kind and letting us stay in our house. I am not making the moves on her.
Can I see if I if I could successfully eavesdrop? Or is it just like all like completely muffled?
Make a perception check with disadvantage.
With disadvantage?
Yes, because you're trying to perceive something through a muffled voice through a wall.
So, I'm sorry for doing this every single time we play. Disadvantage is just rolling 2 dice and then taking the lower one, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Is this your first time playing D&D, by the way?
Yeah.
Oh,
Cool.
oof.
Well,
Yikes.
yeah.
That is a critical fail. All right.
You don't hear shit.
Daniel, you perk your ear up and try to listen to the into the other side of the room, but you can't pick up anything, and you feel a strange ringing sensation in your ear as you as your eardrums explode and you die. The end. No, I'm just kidding.
I just want to quickly add in, as this is happening, you guys can visibly see that one of my eyes starts wandering off, like a lazy eye.
All right.
After a few moments of muffled noises, I come back into the room. I do so apologize. I had something in my eye, and I don't think it was the most polite to go digging around to get it out while at the dinner table.
Francis speaks up and says, "Oh, if you need to attend to yourself, there is a washroom upstairs. If you want one of the servants to show you the way."
Thank you very much, but no worries, I got it. And
Very well.
my face is in fact blushing red for no reason that you can tell, and I just have my head down. My hat is off, by the way. I took it off. It was in my lap because it is rude to eat at the table with a hat on.
Okay. All right, thanks for the clarification. The other people at the table, as well as the Chamberlain, still appear to continue their postures of curt politeness, and don't seem to pay mind to your need to leave the room.
Outburst.
Yes.
I am most grateful.
Yeah.
Francis speaks up as the dinner continues. So, I believe this will be an excellent time to get to know you all a bit better. My daughter tells me that you all have been very busy in Kenora. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
And it appears and it appears as if I've been informed by the gods there, through the missive you delivered me, that there appears to be fish people coming out of the sea and attacking Kenora. Is that true as well?
Yep.
Oh yeah, them fish people with them tridents. Nasty buggers.
I think I'm gonna quickly ruffle through my that. Well, I guess it's not really ruffling. I'm just gonna pull out the trident and be like, yeah, I stole this off of one of them that we,
Oh.
killed.
Uh,
My goodness. You just have your backpack at the dinner table?
the Chamberlain looks at you as you pull out the weapon and says, "Please, sir, if you would refrain from unsheathing weaponry at the dinner."
My bad. I just wanted to show him what, we took off of him. To show, proof.
I understand, but as a servant of the Lord, if you brandish a weapon amongst his presence like that, I can only assume the worst.
Yeah,
Again, I'm very sorry. Just,
Ada's
this is the
gonna, like-
politest way I could show that, these fish people are real.
It is like turning away from Daniel, like kind of wincing, but trying not to draw too much attention to herself.
I am not near Daniel. I'm like gesturing, I'm like waving with a hand, gesturing at him to put it away.
I pick up on that hint and I, put it away.
Francis, his look of shock, that slowly receding, then says, "So, it appears you do have proof of these fish people. Would you say by your personal account you've met any of these fish people?"
Well, they tried to kill us. So self-defense happened.
Well, yes, I actually barely I barely made it out alive. There we go. I can finally speak.
So it's safe to say they are not very friendly.
They are also very hard to defend against.
I see. He takes a deeper inspection at on some of your persons and notices some battle wounds, and says, "Are all of you doing all right? And Ada, for that matter, are you harmed in any way that I don't see?"
No, Father. I've been quite able to take care of myself, and, yeah.
Francis puts on a warm smile and says, "I'm glad to hear that the Academy has taught you more than what I could allow, Ada. So, I don't take it that negotiating with these fish people is out of the question."
You're more than welcome to try, but I'd wear some extra armor just to be safe in case they try to attack you on sight.
We would also need to find someone that speaks their language.
That is true. They were speaking fish.
The ones we encountered were on the coast away from the town, but they were unable to claim the life of an unfortunate fisherman.
May he rest in peace.
Right. Fisherman was killed by these people, you say, in Kenora?
Yeah.
That pains me to hear that. As lord of these lands and humble servant of his King Alexander and the Empyrean Child, I do hope his soul has found peace. I'm sorry if this conversation has taken away from the dinner at all. I merely needed to know what the situation was in Kenora. Francis then motions over for the Chamberlain's hand. The Chamberlain kneels in closer to Francis as he whispers a few things in his ear. You can. What's everyone's passive perception, real quick? Except for Peregrine, I know yours is
Passive.
12.
Passive perception 12.
Okay, 12, and Daniel, what's yours?
Would that just be my normal perception, or?
Well, it's your. If you have proficiency in perception, what you do is, you, from a base score of 10, you add your wisdom ability modifier, or subtract if it's negative, and if you have proficiency in perception, you add your proficiency bonus. That's it.
Oh, so it would just be 4 since my wisdom is 2 and then my bonus is 2. So then 4, right?
Yes, you do
Okay.
have proficiency in perception. Actually,
Yep.
no, I'll just check your cheat myself. Okay, yeah, you do. All right.
So that'd put you at 14 because it's 10 plus those.
Oh, okay.
So Daniel.
Some things start with a
You-
base. It's confusing.
So Daniel, to you, Daniel, you're able to make out a few more words of what's said between the two of them. You can hear Francis say some words along the lines of and get Knight Hoggrave on the case.
I'm sure I know what you're gonna say, but by any chance would I know this knight?
No, you have not
Okay.
heard this name before.
I just had to double check, as you know, the whole army thing.
Yeah, I get it. The Chamberlain then withdraws from from Francis's mouth, and then, that came out wrong.
That sounded weird.
The Chamberlain then withdraws back to the corner of the room. Francis says, "I noticed you haven't been eating, some of you. I'm sorry if I've been talkative too much. Please, help yourselves. This dinner was made for you, after all."
By any chance, and I'm sure I'm forgetting, did my rum ever arrive?
Thanks for reminding me about that. Just 1 second later after that thought, the door to the brewery opens up quietly as Uriel proceeds into the room and closes the door slowly behind him. In his hands is a glass of rum. He then walks over to your table and puts it down on the table.
Thank you.
And gives a brief bow.
I'm gonna say thank you to him. So,
Uriel nods.
I'm going to enjoy this dinner.
Okay. Is everyone going to take part in the feast now?
Yep.
Okay. About half an hour passes by as you all take part in the feast. Some servants pass through the room, carrying some dishes and tankards and glasses with them. But they don't pay the dinner table any mind. As you eat the meal, it has a very warm and homely taste to it. The chicken leg has that earthly taste almost. And it just melts in your mouth pleasantly as it goes down your throat. As the dinner seems to be approaching its end, Francis then speaks up and says, "Has the dinner been satisfactory?"
It has, thank you.
It has been wonderful. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome, my good sirs. Chamberlain. The Chamberlain then walks over to Francis. Yes, my lord. If you'd please get the servants to clean up whatever dishes are left over, and have one of the servants escort the guests back to their stay. The Chamberlain gives a brief nod, and then claps his hands. Some of the servants passing through then immediately take notice and look and stop what they're doing, move over to the tables and start cleaning up some of the dirty dishes. Francis then speaks up and says, "Is there any other questions on any of your minds before this dinner is finished?"
No, sir.
Comes to my mind.
Very well. Francis then gets up from his chair and walks over to Letty's side of the table and says, "Come, dear. If you would please." She then takes Francis's hand and they begin to walk out the dining hall. The servant Uriel then approaches the party and says, "Whenever you are ready, I shall show you to your room again."
I will stand up from the chair and wait for everyone else to get up as well before I start heading out following them.
I'll also stand up.
All right. So the Chamberlain, as everyone is getting up from the tables, the Chamberlain then moves over to Daniel and ushers for your attention. A word, sir?
Yeah. Did my mic pick up what I said?
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
My headphones cut out for a second. Sorry about that. Oh yeah. The Chamberlain then says, "Sir, I'm sorry about. Sir, I'm sorry to have to press further about this, but if you brandish another weapon in the Lord's presence again, I would have to escort you out of the premises. So please keep the weapons at your side."
Look, I understand you're doing your job, but did the Lord directly tell you that? Because he didn't seem to mind.
Make a persuasion check.
Oh my god.
Oh my fuck. Oh.
Unfortunately, he's not wrong.
Technically, but not.
That's
not the
why I said
implication.
unfortunately.
18.
Oh shit. Oh. Oh.
When the dumb bumble invider does good on his charisma checks.
Damn.
Okay, what's your modifiers for that roll?
+0. Like, I don't have anything to add for persuasion.
Okay. The Chamberlain then looks at you with a face of realization and says, "Oh, dearest me, I forgot. Yes, that was the Lord's request. Very well, whatever he says is, of course, goes around here. I shan't pry into these matters again, unless I absolutely must. I'm sorry about that.
And
Enjoy your stay.
I won't brandish a weapon. I just needed to show him. I'm very sorry about that.
'Twas instinctual, sir."
Can't believe that worked.
Oh wow, shit.
The Chamberlain then gives a bow to the rest of the party and exits the room.
Yep.
Uriel is standing by one of the doors with it open, holding it open.
I'll walk over to Uriel because they're the one leading us, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll go over to that. I'll go over to Uriel to follow then.
Yeah, I will too.
All right. All right. Calistarius will follow in your two's treads. Are you doing anything, Ada?
I think she'll just make her own way to her bedroom.
Okay.
So
all right. So we'll start focus with the larger side of the party.
Yep.
Uriel shows everyone back to the way back to the room as Calistarius does a front flip. He opens the door and motions for everyone to enter and says to the party, "If you need anything during the night, us servants are still available. Please come. If you need anything, go to the left of this door and then straight down the hall. And there should be at least some servants on standby to help you for any of your needs."
Thank you.
Uriel gives a quick bow and leaves. Calistarius speaks up. "Well, if you ask me, that was quite a pleasant dinner. Most pleasant one I've had in a little while."
It was very lovely.
It was indeed.
Well, it appears, though, that there's only one bed in this room, and there are 3 of us.
I've already thought about that. I don't mind sleeping on the floor. I'm used to sleeping in ruins, sleeping on rocks. So smooth floor ain't too bad. Better than some ruins where there ain't no flat ground to be seen. Had to sleep on top of some rocks.
Yes, I, of all people, would know how you sleep at night, Peregrine. I think that means to you, Daniel, that the bed is... There's a spot on the bed for you.
All right. Sounds good to me.
There we go. I have fallen.
I have fallen and I can't get up. All right, Calistarius takes a seat at one of the chairs and then begins to rummage through a few of his things.
Where do I want to... I'm going to pick this corner right here.
Okay.
Put my back on the... Ooh, put my back in the corner like this. Lean up against the corner and then, like, put my hat over my face to go to sleep with my legs put out.
Okay. Daniel, do you do anything?
I'm just gonna take my gear off and then, start relaxing.
Okay. So, appears that the party is starting to reserve themselves for the night. Shall we shift focus over to Ada?
Sounds good.
Ada,
Yeah, I
are you
guess-
doing anything at this time?
I think she's gonna keep reading a book until she's ready to go to sleep.
All right. Is there anything else, or can I proceed with a long rest?
I think you
I'm
could,
good with long rest.
proceed.
I think, I think I need a break, so I'll be right back, if that's alright.
All right. Well, it gives me time to pull up
Sounds
my
good.
notes about a few things. Okay.
I'm going to fill up my water bottle, so I'll also be right back.
All right. I guess we'll just take a 5-minute break real quick then.
Sure.
Sounds good.
Alrighty. See y'all in a bit. Still there, Eric?
Yeah.
I was just wondering if I had somebody to talk to. I mean, I can go get a soda or something, I guess. But, I'm sorry if you're itching for a fight right now. It's a bit, these talks with nobles certainly drag sometimes, don't they?
Yeah. But, it's fine.
Yeah, well, that's par for the course, though, with role-playing games, though. Right?
Yeah.
Do you have any questions so far, or is everything going fine for you?
Yeah, everything is going fine. Don't really have any questions, so,
I'm back.
Hi.
All right, we're just waiting on Sean for a little bit. Also, Nick said that he's going to be here in 30 to 45 minutes, which that was at 7:51, so give or take, he should be on sooner or later.
Sick.
So, certainly gives me a little less to worry about role-playing Calistarius for him. And also, I mulled over a few of his character details that he gave me. I screwed up a bit. Just a small detail, but I noticed he said that he prefers to be referred to by his nickname Cal, and not his full name Calistarius. So, I guess I kind of messed up there.
Oh well.
Oh, and just so you know, Duncan, yeah, the capital city that you both grew up in is called Dion, or Dion.
Dion. Perfect. Thank you.
So, just for your future reference, that's spelled Dyon.
Perfect. I have written it down.
It's the capital city of Gratiana, which is the human kingdom region of the world we're all now. So, quite an important place. Also, side note, how are y'all liking the environment that
Looks
I put
pretty
together?
nice.
Love it.
Yeah. I think the
Alright.
only suggestion that I do have is maybe turn off the grid with this, because it's kinda hard on the eyes, at least for me.
Oh well, I mean, yeah,
Thank you.
yeah, just let me know if you want me to turn off the grid like that. I can do that.
Yeah.
Since we're not in a combat encounter, it's not important, really. And also the floor tiles here do a good representation of a grid anyway, at least for the interior.
Yeah.
Of course, that's not insinuating anything that would happen in here.
Now that has me suspicious.
I'm just joking, okay?
Yeah, I know.
All right. Right. Oh, hello.
Ricola?
Well,
What the
hello,
fuck?
Nick.
Hello, people.
Well, you came in at a good time because we were actually in the middle of a small break, so we're
Perfect.
waiting on Sean right now to get back. So let me fill you in on what's happened as I invite you to the game. So, and just so you know, I tried my best to role play your character in the meantime.
He's probably quiet. He's still processing stuff.
So,
Scroll through all the cleric stuff.
So, just so you know, the party just finished dinner with the Poe family. They learned a few things more about some things like that. There's about Francis the Lord and also his wife Letty.
His name is
Oh.
Francis.
Yes.
I'm judging him for that silently, but continue.
All right. And then also had some shenanigans with a few of the servants.
Of course.
But other than that, nothing too plot critical as of right now. Although it's been some info has come to light about a nearby ruin outpost called Saranthia that was talked about at the table.
Just for the record, if I was ever asked what I've been doing, I would have said I got shipwrecked, washed up an island with enough of with enough of the ship to make a small raft, and got back. Is what I would have said.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't.
Oh, you
While
got.
I was role playing with you, I didn't know how much information I should let on about your character. So I didn't want you to like get mad if I role played improperly. So
Nah, you're good. I'm just telling you what he would have said. He also would have said, "Is oh, how'd you get back?" One of his things has been he's always been a strong swimmer.
You got grilled on why you didn't throw a message in a bottle by Daniel. And you tried to find out where Uncle was. And I pointed to
Okay.
the Devil Tarot card in my hat.
You see, at this point in his life, he'd accept an answer like that. Because things haven't been exactly normal on his end. And you're none of the characters do it. You know what I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking about.
Exactly. Things haven't been normal on his end. So he'd take an answer like that. And if he was asked about the
Oh.
magic, his statement would have been he helped an old man with his garden, and in turn he gave a book that detailed what he knows how to do. And he sold the book because he needed money for food.
Okay. Well, I guess I can start to talk about this since we're kind of like while we're waiting for Sean. So, so just to let you know, Nick, I'm gonna get your character caught up on experience with the rest of the party. Because we're taking a long rest, so like we're going to add an experience now, as per the encounters you've had.
Who?
So, I believe at this point the whole party has 67 experience points each. So, if you want to fact check,
each person. You
You
do
wanna
realize
fact
each
check?
person.
sorry.
Yeah,
who's
I'm just
talking?
saying, each person does get the XP of the whole encounter. I don't think it's unless it is divided.
Well, I've been doing it divided
Okay.
because I thought that's how you're supposed to do it.
I cannot contribute to this conversation.
Let's take a look. See.
Google, go!
Let's see.
Keep in mind that I am using the 2014 rule set, so if it gives info from the 2024 rules, then I have that excuse that I'm using older rules mostly.
I'm just checking. Because I forget how it works too. I could have sworn each person. Hey, that's useful to me.
Well.
No, I don't want your cookies.
No cookies?
Okay, that's the guide, which I'm gonna keep. Level 2 is 300. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's split or given to everybody.
You know what? Let me read on the notes.
I'm also
I'm-
gonna try and Google it.
I'm 90% sure it's you take the total and then. But no, because that would scale horribly with more than 4
Okay.
players.
Hold on, I'm looking. So, all right, I'm looking up the page on experience points in my Dungeon Master's Guide. From, okay, so yeah, experience points. Each monster has an XP value based on its challenge rating. When adventurers defeat one or more monsters,
Yes.
they divide the total experience value of the monsters evenly amongst themselves.
That's
Okay.
the same answer I got.
Yeah, that's the same answer I got too.
So yes, it's divided. So
I
if
just forgot how it worked for a second. I'm sorry.
so for example,
How dare you, Skipolis?
So
DM.
for example, if the party kills a bugbear that's worth 100 experience, and the party consists of 4 members, each person gets 25 experience out of that bugbear.
Which experience do I have then?
So
You said 70?
67, I believe. Can somebody fact check me on that? Who's
Correct, 67.
Okay, yeah. So your current experience right now, before we add more experience on top of that, for this long rest would be 67. Nick.
Okie dokie.
Alright. Hello, I'm back. I'm sorry for taking so long.
Great timing,
Hello,
actually,
Sean.
Sean.
Oh,
I's here now.
hello, Nick.
Hello, how are you, my friend?
I'm alright. Quite alright.
All right. So
My
the party
bonus
is
action snap my brother with the tentacle.
Oh.
and combat has started.
Oh, fuck. Whose side am I on?
PvP! 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 No,
The
at this
second
level,
Nick gets here, it's just instant chaos.
It's actually
Roll
me
initiative!
versus that one guy that I somehow made a persuasion check against.
not at this
Oh my
level.
God.
At this level, I'd honestly bet on the fighter.
Oh, for sure.
Okay, so all right. With that being said, all right, let's commence the long rest. So everyone restores all their hit points to maximum, and any expended spell slots, and any other features and abilities that require a refresh on long rest.
Alright.
Okay.
The tentacle is back, baby.
Mm-hmm.
And as for the experience points, as each of you start to doze off to rest, you start to think on the experiences that you've had thus far, and feel a surge of strength well up within each of you. Everyone gains 137 experience.
Making me do math.
Oh, it's 204, baby.
Oh, that's pretty close, actually.
Wait,
Alright, I'm
How
sorry,
much
I
did
know
we
you just
get?
said- I was
Everyone
about to-
gains
It's a total of
137
204.
experience.
Total of
134.
204. I did the math.
Oh, okay.
Nice. Thank you, math man.
And then
I used a calculator. Don't worry.
does that mean we
Thank you,
level
Duncan's
up,
calculator.
or I still
No,
low?
300 is when we hit level 2. I've got it up right now. Yeah, it's 300 for level 2.
Nick, you
Alright.
disconnected. Just to let you know.
Shit.
Rip.
Uh,
I love
do you-
tabletop,
Do
everybody.
you need another invite?
Yeah, let me.
I'll send it your way. Just accept when you're ready.
The buddies.
Get out of here. Let's see if this works now. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, tabletop just decided to die.
It shot the
You
bed.
know what?
Damn.
It always does. Alright, hit me with that invite.
Okay.
I love tabletop, everybody.
Yep, don't we all?
Don't worry, it only craps itself half the time.
Only half. Only half.
You know you can play Warhammer through this thing. There's like dedicated Warhammer servers.
How about no?
Yeah, right. I would
I've-
never play Warhammer through this thing.
Have any of us even played the game yet? Because I haven't.
No.
Duncan?
I don't even know the rules.
Roll
Fair
dice,
enough.
stuff happens. Just make sure you don't roll dice horribly.
So D&D?
No, it runs off d6.
Only D6s, if I'm correct.
Alright. Well, technically
fuck
d3s, but
ton
you use
of
a d6 for that.
A
Yeah,
fuck
depending
ton
on
of
what
them.
army. Correct. Depending on your army, the answer you're either rolling like 3 or 30.
Work.
God, dude, I love
Wait.
the visual of someone playing orcs and just dumping an entire bucket of dice into their dice tray.
May the
I have a
Emperor
meme
have
for this.
mercy. May the Emperor have mercy on whoever ends up on the other end of my lasgun fire, for my D6s shall not.
I swear to God, Paul.
Okay. Are
If
we
you
ready to
want-
continue?
Paul, if I ever see more than like 40 guardsmen in your list, I'm beating you to death with a tire iron.
But that's the point of Imperial Guard!
No, the point of Imperial Guard is to make a parking lot where you just stick 8,000 pieces of artillery in your back line.
That's
be a
how
jerk.
goobers do. That's how goobers do it. What kind of what kind of funding would my army have to just get only artillery? The commissar's got to look at that and be like, "There's got to be a few more meatbags in here, at least."
Are you telling me your army's poor?
Well, everybody's fucking poor in Warhammer.
Yeah, you know why they call it
Facts.
40,000?
Because
You need
that's how much
40,000.
fuck costs.
Yes, because that's how much
Oh.
money it costs.
Warhammer
I blame Bricky.
401k.
I blame Bricky for all of this.
He is out fault for most things.
All right, let's get back a little bit back on track here. So, all right. As each of you slumber off during the night, I want everyone to make a perception check.
Oh, I suck at
Okay.
No.
Dang, I don't
I
have
don't
that
like
cleric
this.
wisdom.
Oh, I rolled a nat 20.
Let's go, baby.
That would be 13 plus.
I also rolled a nat 20.
I got a
I
17.
rolled-
Oh, wow.
I got a rock.
Okay, cheaters. No, I'm just kidding.
And by I got a rock, I mean I found a pebble by my computer.
Okay, so
My roll is a 16 with modifiers.
okay, and Eric, what was your
Nine.
total roll? You rolled a 13, and then what's your?
Plus 4, so total 17.
Okay, so all right, so I 16, 17, 20, 20. Those are the rolls.
Yes.
22 with my, because I got a natural 20 and I have a +2.
I have
Well-
a +3, I win.
Well, technically, rolling a nat 20 on a roll is always considered a success, so you don't need to even
Okay.
add your modifiers.
Technically
I
not for
thought you
skill
couldn't.
checks. Technically,
Yeah, I
it's
thought
not.
you couldn't crit on
technically
skill
not-
checks.
Technically, it's not for skill checks. However, the community has unanimously decided that that is a stupid decision. And
It's
has
in
elected
Baldur's Gate 3, so therefore it's a thing.
correct. Yeah, they have. I recognize that the council has made a decision, but given the fact that it's a stupid
It's a
decision,
stupid ass decision. I have elected to ignore.
I have elected to ignore it.
correct.
Okay, so as the hours pass into the night and each of you continue to sleep, each of you are briefly woken up by the sound of a window shutter opening.
Hmm.
Aru?
For a little bit, and for a brief moment, you can hear footsteps.
Where am I? Am I
Open
in
the
this room
door.
that I'm in?
Yeah, you're. Yeah.
Did I
that's
just
you.
fall asleep on a chair while him and Daniel were cuddling?
I was
Yes,
in the corner.
You fell asleep on a chair, Calistarius. I put you there before the long rest.
But that's actually pretty fitting where he would sleep.
I slept in the corner.
I want you to know that I'm
Uh,
sleeping in the bed the wrong way.
Oh, I'm aware.
We'll do the tactical stack up on the. Okay, we'll apparently do a tactical backflip. Yeah,
Someone opens the door and they're just immediately destroyed.
Yeah, by me backflipping. Yeah, so are we stacking up on the door?
Oh yeah.
Alright, so the fighters first, and we're
Okay, so
we're stacking up on the door, so I'd probably be here.
What direction is the noise coming from?
for Ada, from your perspective, you hear the shuffling coming out the window from the very end of the hall over to your right.
All right.
That's where you heard the window shuffle, and the same would go for the party in the other room. Only it's Peter
Oh,
to
so
the
we
left,
could like tell it's to the left then.
and you can hear footsteps. You can hear footsteps coming down the hall from that side.
What cantrips do I have? Ah, yes.
You picked him, brother.
It's been a
I
while.
assume Eldritch Blast and one other.
Yes.
Magic missile.
That's not a cantrip.
Oh.
And I wish Lorox
Also,
get
we don't get that.
That'd be such a
Really?
tight spell for Warlocks.
Actually, if I take Pact of the Tome, I think I might be able to get it.
I think an invocation gives you some extra spells.
All right. So Ada's
we'll
gonna.
find out later.
Ada's gonna. I don't. What is she gonna do?
We're currently stacked up.
Ada's gonna take her mace and then carry it over to the door, and like crack it open slightly to see if she can see who or what is coming in.
You know,
Kneecapping
okay.
I think I'm gonna
on-
take my maul and then
Make a,
do the same thing.
hold on a second, Daniel.
Alright.
So, all right, as you creak open the door, Ada, I want you to make a perception check again.
Okay.
Him.
All right. 16. 18.
Okay, 18 total.
Yes.
Okay, let me just. Da-da-da-da. Okay. As you creak open the door, you notice the shadow of a figure briefly pass by the door. You don't get enough of a glimpse to get a clear picture, but you see them just for a brief moment.
Hmm.
You can tell though that they are in a crouched posture. They were in a crouched posture as they passed by the door.
Hmm.
Can I do the same thing that Ada's doing?
So you're gonna
Like crack
creak
the
open
door a
the
little?
door.
Yeah.
And-
But I'm gonna have my
Okay.
maul out.
Okay. Make a perception check.
Okay. Just give me a second. My game's lagging a little bit as I'm trying to move.
800 ping.
Hmm.
I like running at the game at 12 frames per second.
Hmm.
Jesus.
So that's 10 plus 4.
Okay, so 14.
Yep.
All right. You creak open the door with your maul at the ready, and take a peek out the door. You look to the left and right of yourself in the. You look to the left and right of the hallway, but you don't see anything off about the room.
So
Alright.
which way were they going? This
You could see-
mysterious figure.
Well, they darted past your door here, so you would continue to hear footsteps coming down this hall here.
Right, Ada's gonna try to sneak out of her room and like follow them.
Okay. Make a stealth check.
All right. Well, that's not
Ow.
good.
Just remember, nobody's wearing armor.
Yeah, I got a 7
7. Okay. Total.
total.
Okay. You attempt to quietly exit your room and down the hall to see what's going on. But your footsteps are a little bit too loud. You don't see any figure, but you notice that one of the doors to one of the servants' quarters has been left ajar.
Hmm.
This door, by the way, on the right.
Yeah.
Just want to quickly note, since I didn't see anything, I just went back to bed.
Okay.
Hmm.
I'm still waiting by the door.
Alright, Ada's gonna follow and then knock on this door.
Just a moment. Sorry.
Man, we used to prepare things.
I know I'm such a dastard.
How dare you not remember every minute detail of the session?
Yeah, well, I forgot I should have some important miniatures for this moment. So just give me a second.
Alright.
I'm probably gonna just step out the door.
Okay, so Ada, you knock on the door of the servants' quarters.
Yes.
You knock. You don't hear a response.
Alright, I'll open the door all the way and prepare to go in.
Okay. You creak open the. Oh, actually, what is Calistar's doing again?
I probably just would have walked out the door just to see what's going on a bit better.
Okay.
Oh,
don't
if Cal is walking out, I'm following him. Unfortunately.
Would keep him
Okay.
behind me.
You don't seem to notice much going on in the hallway currently. There's nobody
Help,
in the
I've fallen.
hallway, and there's just a few, and there's just some lit braziers and sconces along the walls of the hallway.
Getting fancy with his words over here.
Well, that would be the
We
term.
love a sconce.
This is a noble's house, so he doesn't just have plain torches to light the place up.
Hell yeah, brother.
He's flexing on us.
Sconces are good with cranberry.
Okay, so
I'm talking about scones.
I figured.
So shifting focus back over to Ada.
Mm-hmm.
Ada creaks open the door with her mace ready. You see by one of the bedsides a strange figure you've never seen before, looking over one of the sleeping servants.
Oh god, it's an undiscovered monster. He's question mark.
Ah, fuck.
And make a
Also
stealth check again.
He also got
Okay.
hella coin.
Standing on it.
Eh.
Stealth, 10 total.
Oh damn.
10
Let's milk
total.
him.
Okay. You attempt to be sneaky about it, but the strange person takes notice and looks directly at you in the doorway. He then quickly pulls out a dagger and holds it up to to the servant's throat. He then motions with his other hand over his mouth with his finger, the motion of silence. Be silent.
Alright. Alright, I have a question. Looking around the room, is there any loose object? I'm about to cast Catapult, so...
Oh my god.
Double check the components for catapult.
There are
they
no
might be-
components. The components is a projectile. I forget.
Just,
I mean like verbal material semantic.
I think it's just semantic.
I gotta
Somatic.
attack my guy.
so
Yo, this servant is straight posted up sleeping with a pitchfork. I respect his hustle.
yeah, well,
Well,
it's
obviously,
the best
that's the
looking
reason
minion
why
thing.
he wasn't the one taken.
I
Mhm.
see. He fears the might of the pitchfork.
Yep.
They're not actually holding anything in bed. That's just how the miniature is.
No, it's funnier if he just goes into like his idle NPC cycle with his stuff in his hand, like you see sometimes.
So you're asking about catapult, so right?
Yeah, anything like within a straight line of where he is.
Of what you can notice, there is a tankard sitting on the table that would be of perfect use for catapult.
All right, I'm gonna cast Catapult and yeet it at him.
Okay. So
You just delete us.
Be gone.
is catapult a verbal spell?
It's
remind me.
somatic.
Somatic only. Okay. And then this target has to make a dexterity saving throw. That's correct.
If I
Make a
ask, what does,
dexterity. Yeah, what's the question?
Oh, what does like somatic mean? Like, does that mean like hands?
That's like
or...
hand gestures. Verbal is you're saying something. Material is you
Yeah.
need a object to cast.
Okay. Thank you.
You're doing for this. I like
Matic
to
is essentially casting a spell by flipping someone off.
Yeah, instead I just like.
only if it's with his mockery.
Mhm. So
My
I'm like,
favorite spell.
I point at the tankard, and then I make a motion, and then point, just a straight motion, still pointing, and just point directly at the mysterious figure.
Wait, so Ada
So-
has the force?
Do you
Yes.
I have
Yes.
the catapult.
so do you actually cast a spell, or are you just motioning with your finger?
I cast catapult.
Okay. What's your spell save DC?
15.
Do you make a spell save on catapult, or is it a deck save, or does
Catapult
it
is for the victim, the target.
Yeah, well, I would have to, because she's aiming it at a target. Like, I have to make a saving throw for the target based on their spell save DC, since it's a spell.
I just wasn't sure if it was a spell save or an attack roll. I don't know much about catapult.
Well, it's not an attack roll, as per what I believe it says in the rule book. So, because it's, I don't know, it's not a traditional weapon, I think, so that's why it doesn't use an attack roll specifically. Anyway,
C'est la
so
vie.
you take, with your finger, you quickly lurch and fling the tankard forward, careening at the person in the corner. It hits him squarely directly on the noggin.
Ooh.
Yes. Also, I'd like to point out, I assume I hear this commotion.
Well, I mean, they
Just-
do take 3d8 bludgeoning damage, so
3d8.
according to this,
Okay.
failed save, the
Catapult
object
hurts.
strikes the target and stop moving. When the object strikes something, the object and what it strikes take 3d8 bludgeoning damage. Okay, let's go.
Oh boy, this
He broke the mug.
already things have not
This
gone.
bitch empty.
live it.
Yeet. All right, so that's
How does it-
10.
Jesus, how does a tankard have that much force?
Is it the spell? It's just the thing that's being yeeted.
All right, so tankard's gone. I didn't know that.
Man, you know
Alright,
how that's
shut up.
probably like a month. That's probably like a month worth of wages for the poor guy.
I'll buy them a new one. It'll be fine.
So I heard 10, Sean, is that correct? 10 damage?
Yes.
Okay. So you flame. So as the tankard makes contact with the person's head, you can hear a resounding thud as the tankard drops to the ground, and the person then dazedly retreats into the corner as they take the dagger off the servants' throats, and they make a ugh sound.
Can I ask, can I hear this 2 rooms over?
Or
Plus the
do
hallway?
me and Peregrine here? Yeah, do me and Peregrine hear this commotion in the hallway?
You hear the grunt, yes.
I'll look at
Including
him and
me?
just go.
Yes, you hear the grunt too, Daniel.
I'll look at him and go. Do we see what that was?
I'm gonna
All right, it is.
Quickly,
I'm gonna
Obviously.
take this opportunity, rush up to them, and try to restrain them against the wall.
Just stay behind me, brother.
yeah, I'm gonna quickly catch up to the rest of them because I heard that.
We walk that slowly, by the way. I'd fall over through the wall.
I also fall
Okay,
over because he
so-
told me to follow him.
Okay, so
All three of us fall over through the room.
Yeah, so I guess I'll open the door first because I get there first.
okay, so Ada, you attempt to restrain the figure.
Yep.
So for that, what would be the most appropriate role?
Grapple check? Does anyone know the rules for grappling? I don't think anyone ever knows the rules for grappling.
You can
I
use one.
certainly
You can,
don't off the top of my head.
you can replace it. You can replace one of your attacks with an attempt to grapple.
Well, we're technically not in combat right now, but
So instead of bonking the guy, you can just try to grapple him.
all right. So,
And obviously, they make contested checks.
all right, where's the roll for grappling?
I'm assuming it's strength.
I have this up.
Where the heck? Where is it?
I have the rules for what happens after something gets grappled.
Okay, I know grappling is in the player's manual. Where is it?
It's like
Found it. Grappling. Okay. Okay, using at least one free hand, you try to seize the target by making a grapple check. A strength check, athletics check, contested by the target's strength or dexterity check. Target chooses the ability they want to use. So make an athletics check.
Okay. All right, 11 total.
All right. Contested by the target. Okay. Okay. You attempt to seize upon the opportunity and restrain the figure, but but unfortunately your strength is not enough as they quickly shove you off of them. The figure then looks you in the eyes as the rest of the party piles forth into the room. The servant's somehow still sleeping through all this. And he quietly says, I wasn't going to slit their throats, you know. Be quiet now. I'm here for one purpose. And you lot are getting in the way of that.
All right, I'm gonna point my mace at. All right, I'm gonna point.
Are you? I said the party makes their way in the door, so you would be, considering you put your mini in the room, I would say you're in there, Daniel, right? So. Well, you can see Ada was trying to restrain somebody in the corner, so yes, you can see them.
I think Ada's already doing that.
No, they
Because
failed.
He's trying and it didn't work.
So, all right. So you want to go up to the figure and put them in a chokehold now?
Oh, Nelson.
Oh
I
my
got
God.
that reference.
I understood that reference.
Okay, so make an athletics check, Daniel.
Ooh, that's pretty good.
Yes. You attempt to reach forward and you rush forward to the corner of the room and attempt to grab hold of the figure, but he sees your attempt and quickly, deftly dodges out of the way.
Well, he's literally in the corner.
Listen, that's just the roll, okay?
I know, I'm just saying, but okay.
After your attempt to grab him,
Everyone-
he then
no,
he
no.
then says,
Go to an actual square, Duncan.
I didn't move myself. I was on the door.
Why'd you move me?
Because I'm trying to put everyone in an actual. Yeah,
oh
I'm
my
trying to
God.
put everyone in an actual square, so we can actually get a sense of how things are spaced out.
Alright, well, I'm here.
Unless a
I-
crackhead made this map, each square is 5 feet.
Yeah, that would, yes, every tile piece is 5 feet.
I will be here.
But I gotta turn around. There we go.
So, the figure then sheaths the dagger in his hand and says, Fine, alright, we'll do this another way then. Let's start with introductions. My name is Newman.
Newman.
Pleasure to make your acquaintances.
It is gonna interrupt and not attempt, in no attempt to make herself quiet, saying, "Who are you and why are you in my house?"
As you pick up your voice and shout, the servants in the room then dart awake and see what's going on, and quickly scream and make their way out of the room.
I quickly ask if Newman looks like Wayne Knight.
Looks like what?
Wayne Knight.
Wayne Knight?
Yes.
I believe the terminology of Wayne Knight is lost on me, Eric.
You know the actor, Wayne Knight?
No.
Nope.
He's the guy from Jurassic Park. The fat one.
You're gonna be-
Eric, I
Okay.
swear, no, he does not look like the guy who gets bitten by a fucking whatever it is.
Okay, look, I had to make sure because you said Newman, and my first thought of mine went to Seinfeld.
Ugh.
Very important question. What race is he?
Are you racist?
You can
No. No.
make a perception
how-
check.
How about this? I'm not racist, but depends.
But perception check, brother.
15? Yeah.
Total of 15.
15. Yes.
Okay. So taking a look at the figure's facial details, which is the only, as well as the color of their skin through their gloves, through their fingerless gloves, you could tell the facial details resemble that of a wood elf, though you cannot see their ears clearly.
Knife ear, huh?
Racism.
Oh, really?
I'm so
No,
sorry for
no.
this. Will someone be able to take over for me if I don't get back in time? Because I gotta go to the bathroom
All right.
before we start.
Yeah.
Okay. We can do that, Eric.
Thank you. I'll be back.
All right. So Ada, I want you to make an intimidation check as well.
All right. Cool. I expect this to go not very goodly. All right. 12 total.
12. Okay. Give me just a second. Okay. The figure looks at you and says, or Newman looks. Let me rename his mini. Newman looks at you and says, And here I was thinking that we could have a little bit of pleasantries. Listen, I don't need to listen to you, small little scale thing. I'm here for one purpose, and that purpose has been gravely mistreated. Here, if you'll let me go, we speak none of this, then I'll just be on my way. No bloodshed today has to be spilled today. And you could never forget you saw my face.
I'll step closer to him.
Backflip.
Well, you see, Newman, I like to make deals, so I'll make you a deal. Why don't you start by telling me what your purpose is?
Make a persuasion check.
I'm actually good at these. I love playing high charisma characters.
There you go.
17.
17? Okay.
Yep.
Newman looks you up and down, Calistarius, and gives a retort saying, well, for one fashioned such as you, I'll let you know this. You might think of me and my dress as just a simple bygone thief. And, that I may be. But there's a person very close to me that is trapped somewhere far from here, and I need a little bit of information from here on how to get them out. Does that suffice?
For now. Do I do it? Do I be mean?
I mean, Ada's pretty pissed that some random
Yeah.
fucker
Since you
just
were
broke
nice
into
enough.
her house and then threatened like one of
Oh,
the
sorry.
people who works there
Fair-
unprompted. Well,
fair
most.
enough. Since you were nice enough to share some information with me, I'll show you something of my own. And I will cast. Yeah, I'm doing it.
All
Okay.
right.
Tentacle.
No, if this works, it's gonna be a lot cooler than the tentacle.
I am back, by the way.
All right.
Sweet.
hello
Oh,
again.
wonderful.
Nothing real happened from your character, just so you know, Eric.
Yeah.
Just Calistarius is now interrogating Newman
Yeah.
about what he's doing here. He responded with something along the lines of that he's trying to free somebody from a particular place and needs information from the estate to do so.
Since you were kind enough to share with me some information, I'll share with you something as well. Why don't I show you what lies below the forgotten depths of the sea? And I will cast Cause Fear, flooding his mind with images of the horrors and monsters and unknown evils that lurk at the bottom of the ocean.
Okay, does he have to make a saving throw for that?
He makes a save. I'll let you know. It is a Wisdom save.
Wisdom save. Okay, what's your spell save DC?
14.
Okay. All right. You also does Cause Fear have verbal components?
Yes, just verbal.
Just verbal. Okay. So you mutter the incantation of Cause Fear directed at Newman as you can sense that the fearful intrusions begin to flood his mind. Newman then says, "Ah, blast you, damn wizard! Ugh! He appears to be unfocused.
Is he afraid?
Well, yes, he would be.
Oh, so he failed.
Yeah, I'll just put the token.
Alright, so now that he is in fact frightened of me, as currently filling his head is images of the
The briny depths.
images of the monsters that lurk under the
All the stuff that's sleeping in the cold below.
correct images of monsters of the great deep. And say, no.
Is cause fear is cause fear a subclass thing that you got?
No, I'm just flavoring it that way.
Does that mean I can also have cause fear technically?
Warlock spell.
I think I just got excited about this. This is off topic. Sorry.
Now, I'm going to feed you slowly, piece by piece, to all those horrors you're seeing. Unless you tell me exactly why you're here. And I'll get right up in his face as I say that.
Okay. Make a persuasion check.
Persuasion?
Well, is that what you're trying to do? Is persuade him
Yeah.
to tell you the info? Or are you trying to intimidate him?
Well, it's up to you what I'm trying to do.
Let's say
Consider-
persuasion check.
Persuasion? I'm just saying, considering I am threatening to feed him to unknown monsters.
Alright, intimidation check then.
Let's see. 13. No, I'm sorry. I don't know how to read. I do know how to read. That would be a 17, because that's what 13 plus 4 oftentimes is.
Okay, Alright. His eye opens, his shuttered eye briefly opens to look you in the face as he's covering his hand in his head in his hand, and says, "Ugh, fine, my father, Jaren. Damn it, he's locked in the royal prison in Dior, in the capital. I have belief that this place has a insider info on the prison there. That's all you need to know. Now get out of my head."
I don't drop Cossphere. It's up for let's see how long it's up. It's up for a full minute.
All right, you drop concentration on cause fear.
No, I said I don't. I'm just letting you know it's up for a full minute.
Oh, you don't. Okay, sorry.
Would it be okay if we start a combat with you guys?
I mean, I don't know
There's no
yet.
real need.
Yeah, he's currently crapping himself.
Yep.
Because I kind of want to attack them, personally.
No, we'll get what out of him.
So-
You don't need his blood.
Correct. This isn't a blood for the blood god moment.
Oh,
I'll turn to Ada and say, "He's all yours if you want to talk to him."
Newman looks at Ada and gives a retort, saying, and what with the kobold wants of just a helpless, simple person like I am, just trying to do what he needs to do for his own father.
By being here, you're threatening my family. I hope you know that.
Yes, yes, and... Oh, God, God... I take it as well you've heard, about my handiwork around the town as well. Yeah, well, guess what? You found him. Can't believe I got caught by the lot of you, though. I'll have you know, it wasn't my plan to threaten some servant's life like this, but you forced my hand, in my opinion.
Did you try just knocking on the door and asking nicely instead of breaking and entering?
And how is somebody like me supposed to just ask the dear Lord about how to break his own father out of prison? I don't have the money to pay his ransom. Neither do I have
That
the
is a good
nobleness.
point. I didn't think about that.
Neither do I have the nobleness or courtesy to talk to a scat noble like him, person face to face. I thought I could just slip in and get what I need and get out. And now this has become increasingly more difficult.
I'm gonna speak up
Well,
and
the
I'm gonna
odds
say. Sorry, you go.
Okay. Well, the odds of you leaving with your information is slowly dwindling the ruder, and so I'd suggest being at least a little bit kinder to us and Miss Ada.
Kindness is ill afforded when your friend is flooding my head with these damn drowning images.
I'm gonna ask him. Well, what was your father charged with?
Oh, do I need to give the whole list here and now? You haven't heard the name Jaren before? Let me fill you in more. Jaren Scargoin. Ring any bells?
Two things.
Why,
One,
no.
cause fear. What? Two things. One, cause fear would probably be over by now. And two, doesn't ring any bells.
So everybody who inquires make a history. Who wants to make a history check?
Okay.
I will
All right.
include myself.
History. Oh, 14.
Oh, that's not good.
5.
That's
Ooh.
uh 13.
I got a 19 plus 5, 20. Oh, sorry. Sean got a 13. I got a 19 plus 5, 24.
Why do you have +5 to your history?
Because I'm an intelligence-based character.
You're literally a
No.
warlock.
Eric, what was your total?
Okay, it's because I'm proficient in history,
5.
and I...
There we go. There we go.
Okay, so one at a time. What's everyone's rolls?
14.
Okay. 14 from Nick.
5.
13. Okay.
13 from Sean. And then Duncan, what's your roll?
24.
24. Okay. So, to Peregrine's mind, the name Jaren does in fact ring a bell. Jaren Scargoin, to your knowledge, is quite the prolific thief, being known for independent burglaries all around both Gratiana and Verdule. If they were to be imprisoned, their jail sentence would be a very long time.
Damn. Hear that, boy? You're Jaren's boy?
So as the concentration fades on Cause Fear, his face starts to relax in a bit as he stands up straight and says, bloody. Yeah, I'm his son, in case you need to know. And what's a son supposed to do for his father, besides do him a favor every once in a while?
Can I quickly chime in?
You don't have to say
Go for
that,
it.
you can just
Okay.
do it.
So, I got some good news and some bad news. Either one, you're going straight to prison with your father, or two, you're gonna be a bloody pile on the floor. And I'm gonna be trying to do like intimidation.
Yeah, I
The
figured.
odds of
Make an
Jaren being
intimidation
let
check.
out.
That's 5.
Yeah.
Ah, shit.
Do you have your own dice yet?
This is why I
No,
hate tabletop.
that's
It never
7.
rolls above like a 15.
Man, I had that
7.
great perception check or whatever it was earlier, and now everything else has just been shit. But, yeah,
Yeah,
7.
that's all tabletop is gonna
Okay.
give you.
I mean, like, I have a D20, but, like, I
And-
don't have the rest of the dice, so, you know.
Listen, buddy, I have my own ways of getting myself out of bad situations, and this situation is none different. You don't scare me.
I'm gonna attack him with my,
No,
maul.
wait.
Oh, whoa,
Okay,
whoa, whoa,
okay.
whoa, 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 whoa.
Ada's gonna ask
As you
Newman-
raise your hand up, I put my hand on your shoulder. I'm like, hey, now, let's not jump to conclusions here.
He gets one more chance.
I'm gonna ask him, what exactly is it that you need?
Fine. I'll tell, since I've already relayed this much information. It's come to my knowledge that the lord of this manor, Francis, holds somewhere in his abodes a private map of the royal prisons of the capital city of Dion, where my father is being held. I was hoping to find this, and just be on my way after that, again, with no bloodshed. A good thief does not bloody his hands, after all.
Right.
Good thief also doesn't get caught.
Nor hit in the face.
Yes, well... excuse my inability to focus properly after getting domed in the head by a cup.
And
A good thief
And
would have
at-
dodged that.
also, add a character. He's like, I just showed him like things no person actually sees. He's not
Yeah.
happy. He's not
Yeah.
happy.
Alright. Ada...
Hmm.
Ada's gonna say to him,
Whatever.
very well. How about you leave back the way you came? And I won't remember you've been here, and I'll see what I can do for you.
Newman looks at you and says, "You know what? I'll do you one better. Since you're willing to help me out here now, I'll also help you out. I've heard the talk about the bandits' presence around here. Okay. And let's say I know a few things about how to deal with bandits as well. I also know where they've been keeping a few of their more precious valuables hidden. If you give me that map for the prisons, I'll let you in on said treasures."
I'm gonna quickly whisper to Ada and say, I think you should hear what actual crimes his father did before, you make that deal. Might not be worth letting him out.
You want the full list of crimes? Then, fine. Let me just lay out a few for you. Larceny, burglary, pickpocketing, possession of stolen goods. He continues on for about 20 seconds, listing off crimes.
I'm gonna also quickly ask, so when did your father actually go to jail?
He was imprisoned just about a month ago.
I'm gonna quickly ask Ada, do we know when the robbery for, the potion shop happened? Because, if it lines up, we know who did it.
Not necessarily. And I don't think it would be him anyways.
He seems
Right, the
more
robber
steal
probably
from the
wouldn't be
rich,
caught.
Tat.
He does. I'll look and go, "Look, Newman, I have two things to tell you. Personally, if you couldn't break into this place without getting caught by the likes of us, you're probably gonna get killed going to a royal prison. And second, every time you try to bargain, you're convincing me further and further you'd find a boat and make do on my promise to feed you to all the things I showed you."
Or me smashing you into bits.
Chum.
So, then, judging by your tone, do you want my offer or not?
It's not my decision. This isn't my house.
Well, let me get this. Let me also make this clear for you. So, you can make me the offer, but, what's stopping me from, going to the guards and then showing them this? And I hold up my, insignia, showing that I'm a, commander in the army, and then, kind of insinuating that I would, warn the guards about him.
Gratian army. Huh. Yeah. And you would think the entire army would want to deal with one petty thief like me.
Not army, but, definitely the guards at the prison.
Alright, Ada's gonna elbow, since Daniel's behind her, she's gonna elbow Daniel, like, to get him to stop, and then to Newman.
Did you
I've
say
decided
something?
I'm going to let you leave. And I'll attempt to get the information you want. But in exchange, you will leave promptly.
Newman says, "And I believe that is a deal I can make good on."
I'm gonna look at him and I'm gonna say I'm gonna need something too. Otherwise, I'll talk.
What?
Are you trying
Make
to
it-
extort
ma-
him?
Make
Yep.
an intimidation check.
I'm not really trying. Well, I mean, I guess this would be intimidation, wouldn't it? You know what? I'm gonna actually roll a dice this time. Just give me a second.
You are threatening to rat him
Yeah.
out or
If you're making,
alert.
Yeah.
yeah, just in my opinion, if you're making any type of like threat or insinuation, you're gonna do something to him or against him, it's intimidation.
Anything else is persuasion.
Yeah.
All right. I'm so sorry. This is taking me a while.
Ill issue.
Back. Let's see. That would be 11.
11? Alright. Newman says, again, I'm not scared of you or what you could do. I know several other places to be other than this region.
I'm going to preemptively put a hand out in front of Daniel to stop him from charging.
Oh no, this time I ain't charging. I'm going straight to the guards in the morning.
Ada is gonna say, if we were to contact you, how would you like that to be done?
He perks up and says, "Oh, so you want to stay in touch, do you? Well, unfortunately, I'm not with the Leshian Underground. I'm an independent. So, if you want to contact me, how about this?" He takes out a map from one of his backpack pockets and shows you it. He points towards location on the map. There is a little den where I retreat to in the verdant wild in Yvondell. There is a sign. There is a sign which gives a more precise detailing as to where my hideout is. It looks like this, and on the he points to a symbol on the that's also scrawled on the map. It looks like to you it looks like a pyramidical shape. Now, I do realize Yvondell is quite a bit away from here, but if you ever need my help again, if you ever need my help for any sort of less than legal exchanges you need, you could perhaps find me there.
Well, we'll find you in a different place soon enough.
Now
Newman
Ada's gonna say,
Newman looks like he shrugs off your comment, Daniel, and says, "Now then,
I
If you
do
don't
believe
mind,
it's best
if you
you
don't-
time to go.
I agree.
Yes,
with my
and I
brother.
believe. Yes, and I believe I need some breathing room.
I agree with my
Right.
brother. Just remember, Newman. The BCs I showed you were acquaintances. Imagine the ones I consider friends. And I'll pat him on the shoulder and walk out of the room.
Quite so, wizard. He says.
And go back to bed.
Yeah, Ada's gonna keep her eye on him, and then walk towards the door.
I'm gonna be trailing behind both of them while keeping my eye on him too.
All right.
So Newman would be sandwiched between us, I think.
So, are you trying to lead him out of the room? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, I'm gonna go keep an eye on him, go towards the door, and with an open hand gesture to the door and say, "Now, if you would kindly, please leave."
He second-handedly remarks, "At your behest." And he makes his way out of the door.
Alright, I'm gonna watch him to make sure he actually leaves.
I'm gonna do the same.
Okay. Newman begins walking down the hall towards the window that he came out of.
I'm gonna stop in like the little T section and just watch from here.
Well, that's exactly what I was doing.
Give me a second, guys. I'm getting a call.
Alright,
No worries.
fair enough.
I love Cause Fear.
Yeah, that was pretty helpful.
I have Cause Fear on my Conquest Paladin. I love it.
That's a good spell.
Or it might just be Fear.
Especially because once I get to upcasting it, I can hit multiple people with it.
Oh, wow. I guess for me, the Oath of Conquest Paladin is mostly like, if you're way into Space Marines and probably also like the Black Templars, that being probably your favorite Legion. Not Legion chapter, sorry.
Templars are a legion. There's 10,000 of them.
I mean, they're technically each group of them is a chapter.
Yeah, but how many Inquisitors have they murdered that asked that question?
I don't think it's more of a loophole than like.
Yeah, they're technically always on crusade according to them, so they don't have to follow that chapter limitation. But it's great because the Inquisition just kind of accepts it at this point. Because the Inquisition will only bully chapters they know they can bully. Like when they tried to tell the Space Wolves what to do and got their butts handed to them, they no longer mess with the Space Wolves. Great.
Yep. The months of shame.
Uh-huh.
Oh, and was it
The Grey Knight's got a Grandmaster split in half and just went, okay, we're not fighting that guy.
Who was that again? Was that Bjorn?
No, that was Logan.
Logan Grimnar.
Yeah, he did a full-fledged sprint in Terminator armor because apparently he can do that.
I believe it.
And then proceeded to one-shot a Grey Knight Grandmaster.
I mean, either Logan Grimnar is like either like that skilled in Terminator armor, where he just used his raw force of will to intimidate the armor into heeding his command.
He is that man. He banished Magnus the Red.
Oh man, he is him.
He is that guy.
No, he really is. He has a genuine artifact of corn, and he does not show a single. And he does not show a single sign of corruption from using it for like 700 years.
Oh wow.
Corn?
I mean, like,
The Chaos God.
Sorry about that, guys. I'm back.
yeah. I
Okay.
guess does he even know that it's a cornate artifact, or is he just like, yeah, I
He
know,
knows.
I'm just not letting it.
I'm pretty sure he knows. Which infinitely makes him better than Fulgrim, because he's not falling to an evil weapon.
Yeah, well,
It's almost like Fulgrim's a nerd that nobody except
fucking
Fulgrim
bitch.
loves. Duncan, how I explain Fulgrim is nobody likes Fulgrim except Fulgrim. He likes Fulgrim a lot.
I guess I missed some Warhammer
I think-
talk. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're talking about 40k, but I really can't tell.
They
Yes.
are. They
and then
are.
Rylanor blew him up with a virus bomb.
Good times, good
Because
times.
Rylanor is a Giga Chad.
Permanent
Absolutely
stand on his
sane
pride.
conversation.
Indeed.
Anyway,
Back to the game.
so as y'all watch Newman, once again open the window shutter and take a step outside. He looks back and says, "Oh, actually, came to my mind. If you really do want to help me out with those prison plans, there's an outhouse nearby the local tavern. You can meet me there."
I think Ada, if he's looking at Ada, will just nod slightly.
He then completely steps out of the window and gives a gesture of a saluted wave before fading out of view.
Yeah. Yes, Ada. Once he's out of view of the window, Ada's going to go up to the window and just like stick her head out, look around, and once she sees nobody, she's gonna close it. Make sure it's closed tightly.
All right, you take a brief look outside to see if there's anything else around or if where's Newman's gone off to. You presume he's taken the right corner since he's no longer in view where you can see him. You then shut the window shutter.
All right. I think the last thing she's gonna do is go and pick up the pieces of the tankard and like, I know they took 10 points of bludgeoning damage, but how bad does it look?
Like, you want to assess the damage of the tankard?
Yeah.
Okay. So, Judge, you look at the tankard, and there's a partial dent in it on the side, possibly caused by the impact it had with Newman's head, but you can't say that for sure. Other than that, the tankard still appears perfectly usable.
Alright, well. I think she'll take it with her back to her room and then just go to bed.
I'm gonna quickly stop Ada before she enters the room, and I'm just gonna quickly say, usually with these types of people, they they're not the brightest, which is why I don't bargain with them. Usually, if this happens, you either turn them in or beat the shit out of them. you got lucky this time. And I'm gonna end it there.
To tell the truth, I just wanted to be done with him.
Well, I understand that, but, now we have to give him the map. Or something that looks like a map.
We don't. We could just not. But I'm not there. I'm chilling in the room.
Yeah.
I mean,
No, we definitely could just not.
Mm-hmm.
could we, though? Because what says he won't come back the next day? Or the day after that? Just to get that map?
Then we shoot him.
With magic.
Right.
But no one has magic missile.
I have Eldritch Blast. It's close enough.
That's fair.
Mhm. If we combine our Eldritch Blasts, it's basically 2/3 of a magic missile.
You could also hit him with that campfire spell, too.
I can also just make.
I
wrap
do like
himself
toasting
again.
bitches.
I could, hear me out. I could make him poop himself again.
Oh boy.
Well, if everyone's going off to do their things, I have a thing that I'd like to do that has been bothering me this whole time.
Okay.
I would like to go back to... What's it called?
The
I wrote it
dispensary,
down.
the-
The brewery.
Yeah.
I'm
Isn't-
gonna
isn't
take
it
an
like
actual gander at the brewery.
Isn't it like a middle of the night?
Yeah,
Yes, it's about like 2 a.m. currently.
All right. Ada's gonna say.
I've been having nightmares. I've been having nightmares about that room because he said there was nothing special about it, and quite frankly, I'm gonna play this character as a curiosity killed the cat type character. So he's gonna go exploring at 2 a.m.
Fair enough. Ada's gonna say, tell Daniel good night, and then just. That, yeah.
Good night to you, too.
He's specifically looking for the map. But, like, he thinks that he would have hidden it in the brewery.
I'm just chilling in the room. I probably.
Paul, who was the person who was like, oh, you gotta put away your weapon?
That was the Chamberlain. whose
Was he
real
one
name
of the
was
people
Bonner.
who ran out of the room when they
No.
woke up? Would I know where his room is?
No, you have not seen where his quarters would be.
Alright. Well, I'm just gonna go help, I think Peregrine's Nick, right?
No, that's not good.
Nope, I'm Peregrine.
Oh, I'm so
No.
sorry.
No
I'm
worries.
gonna go follow Duncan then.
Playing twins.
Okay.
Identical twins. One is tan and smells like seawater, and the other one is
Smells like books.
smells
No,
like
I've-
books and probably crypt dust.
I've probably
Yep.
bathed since I've been in the ocean, so so I'm just very tan, and I haven't shaved for like 2 weeks, kind of beard / stubble going on.
Yeah, but what do you
I have
smell
the
like?
exact opposite complexion. I am pale. I am ghostly.
Yeah.
Alright.
I smell like a normal person of this age, because he
So
hasn't.
probably not great.
Yeah,
But not
'Cause he
like
hasn't-
seawater.
correct. He hasn't been swimming in a while to smell like seawater.
So,
Well now, I can't say I expected to have some help on this old puzzle of mine.
Well, just gotta make sure that, the map doesn't get into the wrong hands.
Am I
so
crazy for thinking that it's in here? Sorry, I don't mean to keep cutting you off, Paul. Go ahead.
okay, I just want to describe the situation. So, as the both of you enter the brewery, you notice that most of the lights are dimmed, and everything looks just about the same as it was the last time you entered here, and there's nobody around. It's about as quiet as a mouse in here.
Oh, all right.
I'm looking at like barrels for secret doors. I'm looking at everything.
All right, so you're gonna make an investigation check if you're inspecting the whole room. Then
Hell yeah, I'm good at investigation. So long as I don't roll buns. Which I'm now gonna do because I said it.
Well, don't
Oh
use the
no,
tabletop.
18 plus 5.
Hey. See, it
23.
was a good
Alright,
roll because you didn't use
Tabletop.
the tabletop dice.
Mm.
You used real.
so
I use my glitter sparkly dice.
How fruity.
so you do a thorough inspection of the entire room, front to back, and you try pushing on everything you can see, pulling everything you can touch, trying to see if there's any sort of secret mechanisms or whatnot. You look through some of the scrolls and barrels are dotted around the room to try and ordain any important information from them. And you even look inside the barrels, inside the what you presume to be the wine barrels and alcohol barrels to see if there's anything inside them. From what you can tell, the alcoholic barrels are just filled with that alcohol. The scrolls kept in some of the barrels are merely recipes for certain beverages and other meals. And every crate and barrel you press your fingers upon and jostle around does not seem to have any effect anywhere else in the room.
I was just waiting for you to say, and you find a secret door. I was really hoping.
The floor opens up beneath you. You fall and you take 1 d12 bludgeoning damage.
Oofta. Alright, at least I can sleep easy now.
Despite the nightmares.
Alright, well, I do think it's time that both of us are off to bed, Daniel. Thank you
I
for
think
helping
you're
me with
right.
my little puzzle.
Oh yeah. Before I go to bed, I'm gonna quickly go to each window on this floor and make sure they're all fully shut.
Lol.
Okay.
And then I'll go to bed.
As
Alright.
you guys walk,
I'm
as you
back
guys
in my...
walk, as you guys walk into the
Go
room,
ahead.
I'll just get deadpan. And go. I liked him.
Hey, by the way, Cal, when the fuck did you get so intense?
Me?
We made a deal.
Who's we?
Me and him. He gave me information. I showed him something.
Yeah, and you made him shit himself.
I wanted to know
When?
what he was up to. I don't
Yeah,
trust I
but
don't
when did
trust
you
people.
get so intense?
I don't trust people who break into homes.
That's fair. But still, you're like... intense.
He deserved it. He broke into someone's home.
I'm gonna look at Cal and say, the next time you threaten someone with, throwing them overboard, I'll just let you know I'll help you break them into tiny bits, so you could do that easily.
Oh. You don't want to know what I showed him.
Out of character, I do believe those monsters are big enough that it wouldn't matter the size.
Well, yeah, but, it's kind of hard dragging people off to sea of all things, too.
Yeah. I like that old man.
So,
And by that, he meant the
Yeah,
old
they're-
man he supposedly bought the book from. If you guys can
Mhm,
pick a one.
I
if you
figured.
guys- You know, he didn't even tell me his name.
The old man.
Yeah. Maybe you didn't hear. But, I traveled. An old man offered me a meal if I helped him out with his garden for a bit. So I did. Took a lot longer, so he said he felt bad. So he handed me a book that detailed all the magic things you've seen me do.
Well, that book sure does have some surprises.
It's come in handy. Of course, I had to sell the book. I ran out of food money.
We should see if we can buy
Do
it
I know
back.
if he's being honest?
you're trying to gauge not Peregrine, Calistarius.
Mm-hmm.
I rolled deception.
Because that just seems...
Well, I would say make a perception check contested by Calistarius's. Or wait, no, that's an insight roll.
Insight.
Make an
Against
insight check against Calistarius's. I guess deception. Would deception be most appropriate?
I am lying my butt off currently.
Yeah, you are right about that. So yeah, contested against Calistarius's deception check. Insight versus deception.
Damn, his deception's gonna be higher than my insight, almost for sure.
I have the dirtiest of 20s, by the way.
Oh, really?
Which is my favorite way to say it. I say it every time.
I got a total of 18.
Get wrecked, I win.
What was your roll, Nick?
Like I just said, the dirtiest of 20s.
Oh. Sorry. Okay. So
I wish it was a 19 though, because that would be funny.
Peregrine, you try to gauge Calistarius's intentions and by looking at his body language and manner of speech, but you can't quite pin down if he's if he's lying or not. For all intents and purposes, he's telling the truth.
Alright.
And I will go to bed.
I think it's all time for Betty Buys.
Yeah, I do too.
It is already asleep again. She's just like, honk me
Honk
and all
shoe,
that,
honk
but-
shoe.
But also, like, I'm so fucking done. I'm trying to sleep and I finally get to sleep in my own bed for the first time in a while, and some fuck breaks into my house.
Isn't Yvondell fun?
I mean, so far, I guess.
Alright, so the rest of you, so now everyone is going to finish the resting.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question, because I used a spell slot. Do I get that back, or is it already used for the day?
Well, because I had you restore your.
Rest.
Yeah.
Because I mean, I had you like. Okay, I don't know if I need to get this technical about it.
Well, I mean, it was at the beginning of the rest when you said, "Okay, restore all your shit."
Yeah, I.
Yeah, I would count this like second short session of sleep as a short rest.
Well, I don't get my shit back on short rests, so you
Yeah,
guys have fun.
Obviously, though, it's Paul's choice.
I mean,
Well, it
you,
was my
it's about.
choice.
I mean, it's around 2. I mean, it's around 2 to 2:30 a.m. right now, so you still have some hours to sleep. So, you know what? I'll be kind and say that your spell slot has been restored.
Thank you. Thank you very
Wait.
much.
All praise the kind and merciful DM.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, and your spell slot is restored for that matter as well, Calistarius.
I know, it's a short rest.
Yeah, well, I just thought I should because it came to my mind.
Yeah, no.
Um,
God, I love getting spell slots back on a short rest.
okay. With that being said, the rest of the night progresses without incident.
All right.
You're woken by the sound of the. You're all woken by the sound of the. Of roosters outside. It is about 7 a.m. now. The table's yours.
It's morning.
Yes, it's morning now.
It's morning, it's morning, it's morning, it's morning.
I wake up singing Good Morning USA.
I would like to fireball him.
I do jumping jacks in the corner.
He's in the radius of said fireball.
I've hit the wrong button. How do I unbutton? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, don't worry about it. It's just a quirk of the model injector.
How are you even bringing up the model injector?
It's on his side of things.
Oh.
Do we have any plans for the day?
Well, I can tell you I'm going straight to the guard station. The prison.
Other than that,
I think
I don't.
isn't the prison that he's trying to break in? Isn't the prison he's trying to break into in a different city?
Yeah, he said it was in Dion, right?
Yeah, the
Yeah,
capital.
the
Which is
capital
where we-
city.
Which we grew up on the outskirts of it.
Correct.
I'm sure that this prison has some sort of messaging system to the next one.
Paul, I see you on my backstory document.
What? No. Well, I had that pulled up because while I was role playing you. Sorry.
Fair enough.
Okay. Wait, you scatterbrained myself for a bit there.
Did we find
What is?
breakfast?
All right. So it is gonna take the tankard she used as ammunition.
Catapult.
She's gonna mend it, see if she can get the dent out of it.
Okay, so you cast mending on the tankard.
Yeah.
All right. You give a quick cast of your mending spell as you can visually see the dent on the tankard form back out and become pristine once more. Tankard looks good as new.
All right. Next thing. Alright, so Ada's gonna walk back to the servant's room. And then knock on the door.
Okay. You knock on the door of the servant's room, and after a moment, one of the servants comes to the door and opens it, and sheepishly says, "Yes, my lady."
I'm terribly sorry about the commotion last night, but I hope you're feeling all right. I mean, we were managed to chase that man away.
Thank you, my lady. It's awfully kind of you to look after the lives of people who are below you. You have my thanks.
All right, and then I'm gonna hold out the tankard to her and say, also, I fixed up this for you. I don't know whose it was, but I needed it last night, so
I chucked it at this guy's head.
She takes the tankard out of your hands and says, "Thank you kindly again, my lady. I'll put this where it belongs. Is there anything else you need?"
no, that's all. Thank you, and have a good day.
"You're welcome, my lady," she responds.
Right now, Ada's gonna. I guess if Lord Jespo had a map, it would be in his study upstairs.
All right.
Would you
Okay.
like some help?
Lol.
Wait, where are you?
I'm just chilling in in the room, but
Oh, this is out of character, right?
yeah.
I think Ada wants to do this by herself, just because like can't exactly have like someone you just met last night poking around your study. If it's your adoptive daughter, it's much different,
Fair enough.
less suspicious.
Gotcha.
All right. So you're heading upstairs to the study.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna take the figures off of the map here, so it's nothing weird happens to them.
Mhm.
All right, and then. Do.
Ah, yes, I own all the figures now.
Really.
Let's see if this works.
I still have the glorious tentacle though.
Indeed.
I don't know why, but for some reason I thought Ada was going to be blue.
Really?
Yeah.
I think. Well, I think I just picked red because it's a nice color, and also because like I think the rest of the kobolds in D&D are
Wait, did that reload the same? Oh, really? Hold up. No, that was a mistake.
Alright.
Yeah, so did we tell that man someone broke into his house?
I think that
Not
would
my
be
circus,
wise.
not my monkeys, homie.
What happened?
Like, did we tell that poor dude someone broke into his house?
I mean, I think so. It is his house.
Wait, is that not how that worked? I thought I made a copy of the. Wait, what? Can you not do that? Oh, for fuck's sake, this thing.
Tabletop moment, everybody.
Yeah, I know. Tabletop moment. I know. Okay, so no. Normally there would be an upstairs here, but tabletop is being tabletop. So let's imagine it.
Wait, use imagination in my imagination-based game.
How dare. Thanks, tabletop. You're making me use my brain. In the game where I use my brain and nothing else.
I know, unbelievable.
How dareth?
I say we riot over this.
So all right. So Ada, you make your way to the library to the librarian's study, where you expect to see your father. And like clockwork, you find him mulling about a bookcase, standing on a ladder, as he appears to be inspecting the contents, looking for a specific book.
Alright, I'm just
God,
gonna...
I wish the map was properly loaded, but
Okay. Well, the ping's pretty high, but oh well.
oh, that's because I would just move the map around, but yeah, I'll put Francis on the board just so you have a visual. There you go.
Mhm.
And then
Thanks.
and then if you want to add the atmosphere, here you go. Here's some bookshelves.
Alright,
There.
alright, cool.
Yo, Francis has the power to spawn bookshelves.
Yeah, he just has like a... I guess it's not a Gmod tool gun, because it's not a gun, but it's like a wand.
He has a Gmod tool wand.
Yeah, I guess that's...
Disclaimer: this environment is not final and subject to change.
Kinda just gonna... I'll walk past him, but I'll say, good morning, father.
He looks down at you from atop the ladder and says, "Oh, good morning, Ada. How was your sleep?"
It was alright. Though... we did encounter an intruder in the manor late last night, but we were able to chase them off without too much bloodshed.
An intruder, he says. That is quite not all right, my dear. Are you safe? You're not hurt, are you?
Well, I'm grateful to say that no one was hurt, but, save for him.
Alright. Well, that brings me a bit of relief to hear that you're not harmed, but you tell me there was an intruder in here last night, and I was none the wiser? None of the gods were either?
I mean, he didn't get very far. He was still on the first story.
Now it makes
Well-
more sense how he got in through the window.
In addition,
We're on the ground floor.
Mm-hmm.
me and my friends were... me and my friends were able to chase him away without any harm to us.
You chased him away, did you? Oh. Ada, you truly do impress me, you know that? But you shouldn't be so careless around strangers like this, especially ones that could prove harmful. Do you know if he took anything by chance?
I don't believe he did, but I imagine he would have tried to.
Well,
God.
well, Ada, you have my thanks as always. For a person of my stature, or our stature, I should say, we have a lot to be thankful for, and the fact that we were not robbed last night, we shall be thankful for indeed.
But, forgive me, Father, but considering the man was intruding on our home, I did take it personally, and if I would make a recommendation, then it might be best to make sure our windows could be better locked, as in, that is where I believe he came in from.
Ah, yes, you're right about that. I should have known that, especially with the rumors going around that that the state would have been hit. Was it just one person, or were there more of them?
It was only the one man we confronted.
Only one, huh? Francis ponders for a moment, and says, "All right, then I'll make sure to double the guard around here, and do what I can to make sure our possessions don't get stolen. We're lucky that nothing happened last night, but we can't be lucky forever." Is there anything else you need, Ada?
I don't believe so, Father, but if I may, could I borrow a pen and paper? And pen and some paper, please.
Oh, of course. Just give me a second. Francis then moves over to a desk on standby in the room and shuffles through a few drawers and pulls out a piece of paper along with a quill and pen, or a quill pen and ink, and he hands them over to you. There you go.
Thank you, Father. Alright, and,
Hold on, my attention just fucking dipped over to Sea Shanty 2 from RuneScape.
oops.
uh, Thanks, Atmosphere.
Wow. I think it also might have kicked me off the Spotify thing, but that's
Ow.
besides the point.
Damn it always does that for some reason.
I guess in the meantime, would Ada know where, like, a map would be kept in the library?
Well, a map, you would... Actually. I mean, you would... for you would think that, for all records, that Francis would keep on hand, he would in fact keep them in the study.
Hmm.
Unless they were incredibly important to him, in which case he would most likely keep them at his bedside, in his quarters.
Right. Yeah.
Is there anything else you want to do?
I guess she's gonna try for the look for the map Newman was talking about, but like try not to draw too much attention to herself.
Okay. Francis makes his way back up the ladder and continues searching for some book in the shelf. And as you start to mull around the room, make an investigation check.
All right. What's my investigation? Oh, that's 21 total.
21. Okay.
21.
All right,
Uh,
that's yeah.
take a few looks through some of the bookshelves, and eventually a you come across a bookshelf in one of the corners of the room, and it appears to have there's a display on it. There's a glass display that underneath you can see some documents and books, but the display appears to be locked.
Hmm. I'm assuming Francis is still in the study.
Yes, he's looking at the bookshelf currently. There's nobody else in the study except for Francis.
Yeah. All right. So, so he gave me like a paper inkwell, an inkwell, and a pen.
Yes,
All right. I
he
guess
gave
I'll
you
write that.
he gave you a sheet of paper, a quill, like a feather quill, and
Yeah.
and an inkwell with ink in it, obviously.
Uh-huh. Does it have a stopper on it to keep the ink from coming out?
Yes, it's currently closed.
Okay. All right. All right. So, now Ada's gonna go towards the exit of the room and then over her shoulder say, "Goodbye, Father. I'm going out for the day."
Francis looks over his shoulder and responds with, "Take care, Ada, and I hope you and your friends stay safe out there. Be careful around that Rephrem's Pass."
Of course, Father.
At this time, are you making your way back downstairs?
Yep.
Okay. So, oh, come on. I thought these would delete. Uh, okay. I thought I could save the second floor to the on the same like map background, but I guess not. Okay. So all right, so you make your way back down to the ground floor of the manor.
All right.
There's nobody around currently in the foyer.
Hmm. All right. So I guess has everyone else like done anything or just like
Well, we can't shift focus,
Mm.
so does the party do anything of importance while Ada was having that chat with Francis?
I don't know.
wasn't.
Do we?
I don't
I
really have anything in mind.
I mean, there's not many to do.
I say we were
I
just
did
sitting
my
here playing with
snooping.
spells.
I mean,
who up playing with their spells?
playing with something.
I'm just watching though. I can't do spells.
I see.
come in. I'm practicing my cantrips.
He likes to watch.
Who likes to
Oh, wow.
watch?
Hey, yo, what?
Hey yo!
Wait,
That's what I said.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Let me just quickly get it. There we go. I'm watching from there.
Alright, it is gonna come up to
Alright.
your guys' room. Knock on the door.
Come on in.
Alright, she'll open the door and say, oh wait, shit. Please? Good morning, everyone. I trust you all slept well.
Yeah, I slept just
Yes,
fine.
ma'am.
Yeah, pretty good.
Anyways, I was planning on taking a trip to the general store. Unless everyone had any plans for the day.
I don't have any plans. I don't
Mm.
suppose you'd want some company, would you, Miss Ada?
Nah.
I wouldn't mind at all. I just need to get ready, of course.
Of course, take your time.
Alright then, I'll be right back. And
I could
she
look
will,
around, see if I need stuff.
and then go to her room and then get all
always-
her shit on.
It's always good to have stuff.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So as you're all getting prepared, Peregrine, Calistarius, and Daniel, you all hear another knock at the door.
I will open it.
Sorry, did you say come in?
I did.
Okay. The door opens and in comes Botter, the Chamberlain. He says, "Forgive my intrusion, guests, but the servants were preparing breakfast. Do you wish to partake before you leave?"
That'd be great, thank you.
I could use breakfast.
That'd be lovely.
Very good. Do you remember the way to the dining hall, or shall I show you there?
I do remember. Thank you.
As do I.
Very well. As
I'm
you
gonna-
command.
As he's leaving, I'm gonna quickly run up to him and whisper to him that I think he should put the guards on a high alert for the next week or so.
He looks at you, confused, and says, "And why would we need to do that, sir?"
Well, you see, there's an intruder last night, and Ada and us stopped them.
An intruder on the premises?
Yes.
And and none of the servants thought it prudent to inform me?
I don't know why. They even ran out screaming.
Weren't even screaming.
They just panicked and ran.
Because Ada was yelling at him.
Very well. There has been thieves going around as of late, so I believe you.
Yeah, and I'll tell him exactly what he was looking forward to.
Okay.
You say he was after a map of the Dion Royal Prison?
Yep, he wants to break his father out of prison. Which, if you can, I would also contact that prison. Tell him that, you know, to expect him. And then I'm going to also show him my insignia, and then tell him it's coming from high up command.
Skip, he did say he was going to do that immediately.
He did.
Yes, sir. I'll inform who I need to around here, but as for Dion,
Once the round reaches the target, it detonates, creating a molten metal hypersonic jet.
Sorry, is there something?
Reform penetrator requires distance to form its maximum penetrating.
Sorry, I lost my train of thought.
Maximum penetrating power.
Okay, let me restart. Yes, sir. I'll inform who I need to around here. As for Dion, messages will take rather long to get to, since somebody will need to board a boat to deliver the message, but I'll make sure to it that somebody does head to
So
Dion.
you guys
for
don't
information.
have, birds to fly messages out? Like, no trained birds?
No, we do not have trained birds around here. Neither do we have trained professionals in the magical arts to instantly relay messages.
Well, even though that I don't know when it would be, that's definitely something I'm gonna take care of. I'm gonna make sure you guys get that once I get back to, the city with a, chain of command of the Gratiana army.
Are you retired?
Oh, I mean, I'm on leave because of, memory issues, so, kind of retired, kind of not.
I see, sir. Is there anything else I should be informed of before I go and attend to the breakfast?
Not that I can think of.
Very good. A nice day to you all.
To you
He
as
says,
well.
and as he leaves the room.
I do believe it is time for breakfast.
I think you're,
agree.
right. I'm gonna go the long way.
I think at this
All right.
point,
I don't know if we've been that way yet.
Ada
I should
has.
nice room.
All right, so you all make your way to the dining hall. Um,
Did I?
in different with different methods of travel. So you were saying?
Did Ada like pass by y'all? Uh, while you were walking through the highway.
I mean, would you have? So where were you? So you just came from upstairs, Ada. Were you immediately heading to the dining hall after that, or where
Well,
were
I
you heading?
mean, I did go in here to talk with everyone. Then I went to
Oh
my
yeah.
room to go get ready.
Okay. Um, I mean, yeah, I would say you would have probably caught them in the hallway, heading to like the hallway to the brewery.
Yeah, I guess. Or whatever. I guess I'm just going to. I'll go to breakfast without the complications. Sorry, I dropped it on you.
Okay. As each of you take a seat at the dining table, some servants enter the room with some food platters in hand, and each put a platter on each of your tables. You also recognize Uriel amongst the faces of the servants.
I don't know what it is.
Oh well. For your information, Uriel was a servant that during the dinner last night. Um, well, he was just briefly name dropped, and Daniel asked about using the restroom, in which Uriel then told him there was an outhouse outdoor that he could show him the way to. In which then Daniel then promptly said, "No, I'm good. I'll find it on my own," and then left the house without instruction.
I see.
Look, man, I really had to go. That's all I'm saying.
You poop in a random corner of the castle.
Homie
Oh,
found
there
a
was an
bush outside.
outhouse.
I think if anything, if I didn't find it, I probably went, how do I ping?
Tab.
I think if anything, if I couldn't find it, I went, like, right over here.
Uh,
Right by the front door.
Yeah, but, like, in the bush, like, on the other side of the bush, you know?
At least
Grand.
he had the decency not to go over here.
not
What's
on
over
the
there?
grave.
Also, whose grave is that, if I may ask?
We don't
Well,
know.
It's a secret unless I don't know.
Unless
Daniel,
someone
you
asks Ada,
perchance.
which would be insensitive.
Well, I'm assuming Daniel would be the only one who passed by that. If he was outside, like wherever the outhouse was, like maybe.
Well,
At least
Daniel would have considering it was nighttime and it was dark out. Daniel would have at most gotten a glimpse of the figure of the tombstone while he was taking a loo.
Hmm.
At least,
Okay, so
yeah.
I'm
At
gonna say
least,
this in character. May I ask whose grave is that outside?
All right, that's.
you may not immediately get shot.
Well, that's Ada's question to answer. Actually, that would be
Yeah, I
Randall,
know.
my late grandfather.
Well, I'm very sorry to hear that he passed away.
He didn't grab
Well, of course, I'm told he lived a good long life. I'm assuming, like, maybe he passed before Ada knew him.
You didn't know him properly, yes.
Yeah.
Well, that's the best that you could hope for is, living a long life.
The servants finish putting the food down, the food platters onto your tables, and the combination is a mix of is a mix of purified water alongside some hard-boiled eggs and uh hash browns.
Hmm.
Do the
Yum.
hash browns have onions in them?
I swear to God, this is another reference.
It's not. It's not. I'm just wondering.
They're just potato-made hash browns. There's no onions in them.
Oh, I like onions in my hash browns.
Me too. Wait, was it in character or out of
Whose
character?
maniacal laughter was
That
that?
That was me, and that's out of character. That was just me laughing at the utter absurdity.
Oh.
I understand. Nicholas likes onions, man.
Peregrine, upon seeing the sight of hash browns, just gets the insatiable urge to laugh his ass off in an incredibly uh off-putting manner.
Huh.
Anyway, continuing on,
Uh,
each of the servants gives a polite bow as they put the food on the table.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. God.
Each of the servants then leaves the room without saying a word.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna pick up the egg, look directly at it, and go egg, and then eat it.
Very good, Daniel. That is an egg.
He's learning.
Do you know what kind of egg? That second part was out of character, don't worry.
Yes, that is an egg, Daniel.
Damn tasty egg, too.
Okay, very funny, Eric. Anyway.
What did you do? I missed it.
He just sent me a gif of fucking Danny Vito saying egg. That's it.
Oh.
Uh, the amount of regret I
At
have
least-
on letting you make a character inspired by Danny DeVito is uncountable.
At least put it in the dank memes chat like a man, you coward.
You know what? You're right. You're right. Let me quickly do that.
Alright.
Okay. All right. So y'all are just eating the meal. Is that is it
Yeah,
safe to say that?
nothing
Yes.
special.
Yeah.
Okay.
May I have some ketchup with my meal?
Do they have ketchup? Is that a thing?
Also,
I
the servants
believe-
No,
left.
ketchup wasn't invented yet.
Yeah, ketchup would not be a thing in this sort of time period yet.
When was hard-boiled eggs invented?
At the most, tomato sauce is a thing, but not ketchup as we know it.
I imagine hard-boiled eggs were invented right around the time people realized they could eat eggs.
Correct.
I mean, it doesn't
Very
take
good.
much to hard boil an egg, I think, right?
You need to boil water
Yeah.
and you need eggs. So, like,
It's a pretty simple leave-in logic. Go, hot things cook food, therefore hot water cook egg.
And I wouldn't think hash browns are necessarily that advanced either. So,
no, we
I
all
mean,
know
hell,
it.
I'd eat
McDonald.
just a potato, personally.
We all know McDonald the first invented the hash brown in 1589.
Yes,
I mean,
yes,
everyone
yes.
knows
Right,
this.
right.
If you're
Uh,
a red-blooded American, you'd know it.
yes, good old Ronaldus McDonaldus in the 14th century determined the invention of hash browns. Okay.
I happen to be a white-blooded American.
Roll.
So each of you partakes in the breakfast and finds that
Breakfast.
the breakfast and finds that you each find that you each find that the meal quite tickles the fancy, and drinking nice purified water is refreshing for a change.
Is the water everywhere else crap?
I mean, it's a medieval fantasy setting, so not every
Now, may I
water.
ask, is this water, like,
water every-
freshly purified, so, like, it was just boiled, or...
I mean, it's been through a filtration system of sort, so it's.
I mean, people knew how to
It's
boil water.
Magic.
but like
No.
they could also they also know how to use ice to cool it.
Yeah, and I think the highest concentration of magic in the whole manor, yeah, if I would be so bold to stay, would be this dining table.
Dining table's
Between-
magic?
No, I mean
Oh,
these
okay.
people.
I mean,
Or like whatever artifact or whatever fancy things Francis has stowed away in his private collection.
yeah.
I've got a stash.
Anyway, after you just about finish your meal, one of the doors swings open, and you notice Francis and his wife Letty enter the room.
Whoa.
Yo, the
Majestic.
man's drift out.
Yes, Tokyo drifting. Yeah.
I'm telling you, is this by any means a Bethesda or a Dark Souls game?
But what do you plan on doing with that inquiry, if I may ask?
It's a secret.
So
an
if you're
answer.
if you believe if you think this is a Bethesda game in the sense that you could shoot him in the knee and he's gonna say, "What was that?" Then 2 seconds later say, "Must have been the wind," and just completely ignore it.
I meant more in the way of a drip acquisition.
Drip acquisition.
I would
Oh,
imagine
you're gonna
definitely
try to
Dark
perfect
Souls.
touch pickpocket his shit.
No, I know an even better, an ancienter method of drip acquisition that has existed since the mighty Dark Souls 1.
I don't
Okay,
know.
so translation, do you just want to inspect his attire? Is that what you want?
No, I'm gonna kill him for his clothes.
Oh my
What
god,
if
no.
I kill you first?
You're
No.
just-
Call an
Oh my-
ambulance!
And thus
But
it
not for
evolved
me.
into PvP.
That's how you acquire drip. If any, dude,
We cannot go murder hobo.
but the drip.
Do not kill my dad.
We are level 1. We are level 1. Level
Every
1s
adventure-
can't murder hobo.
Listen, every adventurer needs dead parents to motivate for a good backstory.
It's
Okay.
true, look at Batman.
We have dead parents. Skip.
Yeah.
Nick, if
I'm
you're
trying to make
if you're in, if
I try to make you into Batman. Don't you want to be Batman?
if you're
I'm gonna turn you into a corpse if you try that.
What if Ada? Your parents from my goblin parents.
Is this said in character?
No. This never happened.
You said it in the Daniel accent, so how am I supposed to know?
Hey, I sometimes get a little bit carried away. It's pretty easy to, become Danny
I've done the
DeVito.
exact same thing. Don't worry.
Clearly, that was not an actual question. Because I asked if this was Bethesda game.
Yeah, well,
We're
Yeah,
gonna
so
put a
by
bucket on
Bethesda
his head
game,
and
are
then
you
just
ask-
take it.
So
Yeah.
by Bethesda game, are you inquiring about dropping a quick save before going on a murder hobo spree and then quick loading?
I'm just gonna put a
Or
bucket on his head and I'll
killing
be
a
able to take
chicken
anything
and
I want.
Riften.
Dude, I have PTSD from that.
I got stuck in a hard lock because of that.
Oh,
I killed a chicken when fighting a dragon once, and the entire village just decided, you know that dude that's heroically saving us for the dragon? Let's beat him up because he accidentally
Yeah.
punched a chicken.
And this is why Stealth Archer is the only playstyle, because fucking every high-level spell is an AoE that pisses everybody off.
I've never played Stealth Archer.
That's a
Neither
fucking
have
lie.
I.
No, it's
oh my-
actually true.
yeah, actually, me
Okay,
too.
we're getting off topic here anyway.
I'm sorry.
So Francis and Letty each enter the room from the brewery and Francis says, "Was the breakfast to your liking, my friends?"
It was, although hash browns are great with some onions in it.
Francis responds and says, "Quite you say so? I'll be sure to inform one of the chef's servants about it then. Perhaps we'll try that another
Society.
breakfast."
Oh god.
I'm telling you,
I'm glad I wasn't the only one that cringed at that.
Yes, a menace to society.
Mm-hmm.
You weren't even
Chef
here
Daniel.
for the rum ham.
If I need to be reminded one more time about the rum ham incident.
All of you. I just want you to know this. I hate all of you from the bottom of my heart.
Wow.
No, you don't.
After the session, I'm shooting myself. That was the
No.
last straw. That was the last straw. I
They-
had an infinite pile of problems. That was the last one. I can't take it anymore.
Oh,
No.
Nick, Eldritch, check yourself before you Eldritch wreck yourself, please.
That was the last reason number 2.
Alright,
No,
then-
suicide
This-
is badass.
The focus of this scene has gone so wildly out of hand.
So much.
I just want to say I'm 2 for 2 this session.
Okay. I'm so sorry.
Okay. Francis then says,
Back to the matter at hand.
"As I said the last night, I would have a guard accompany all of you on the way to Rephrom's Pass to show you the way and for protection."
That would be great, thank you. Hey, Paul, I got a question for you.
Yes.
So, you know how I got, stabbed by the fish dude?
Yes.
Would my armor be heavily damaged? Or at least somewhat damaged?
Okay, for all intents and purposes, I don't have a durability system in mind. So let's just say your armor is somehow unscathed after all that.
Oh, okay, because I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, if there's like a gaping hole in it, I would have said like, oh, I need to, quickly get that fixed before heading out.
I'm just saying, you usually how people do it is when you actually take damage. That's when like someone finds a way through your armor or something, or like around it, like in the gaps of your armor.
They stab
Hmm.
you either in between the plates in your armor or in your armpit.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, otherwise the attack would just bounce off the durable parts of your armor.
Yeah. Sorry for getting off topic again. I was just
Right.
wondering.
You're good. It's not as off topic as the last time.
All
Guess that's
right.
true.
Francis continues. The guard will be waiting for you outside the gate of the estate. He's been informed about what he needs to do, and he'll gladly accompany you. No questions asked. Is there any other inquiries or questions you may have for me before you all head out?
Yes, actually.
None here.
How did he get this wealth? If you don't mind me asking.
You're asking a noble just how he got all of his wealth.
Well,
Really,
okay,
at the moment?
probably not like well. I just want to know a little bit more about the world. Like, was his like generational or.
Okay. Francis looks at you, Daniel, and says, "Well, that is quite the question indeed. Well, but I am a charitable soul. So I'll let you know that my family were, as I would describe, cherished accomplices of an ancient king of Gratiana long ago, and
Oh,
our wealth has
really?
been passed down ever since."
Well, I guess technically you're in charge of me then.
That may be, sir, but I believe as acquaintances of my daughter that we shall see eye to eye.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Uh, that's the only question that I had. So.
All right. Letty moves over to where Ada's sitting at the table and get motions for a hug.
Yep, I'll hug her.
Okay. You return the hug, and Letty says to you, "Be careful out there, Ada. And safe travels and good studying back at the academy. Be sure to keep in touch, of course."
Of course, thank you, Mother.
She smiles warmly.
Aw. Alright, I guess we're heading out
Making our
now.
way. Yeah, I guess. Mm-hmm. Let's
All
find
right.
this guard.
Okay. So everyone is now heading out of the manor. Is that correct?
Yep.
Yes.
I'll wave goodbye to my parents and then. Yep.
All right. So you all make your way into the foyer as you say your goodbyes, and exit out the front gate.
Mm-hmm.
Amongst the waiting, just at the gates of the, just at the gate of the garden, is a what looks to be a guard patiently waiting in a militaristic stance.
And we're down to the last minute enough.
Do you mind if I turn the grid back on here?
It's
I
fine.
don't mind.
I do not.
Okay, just so it's a bit easier to geolocate. The guard takes notice as everyone exits the doors, and takes a special notice of Ada, and says, "Lady Ada, I've been assigned to accompany you and your compatriots on the journey you choose to partake to Rephrom's Pass. Shall we be on our way?"
Yes, of course, thank you. But we will be stopping in town at the general store for supplies.
Very well, whatever you require, Lady Gispo.
I think we're forgetting someone.
If you forgot
forgetting.
about it, then it wasn't important.
And then it's just Calistarius marooned on a desert island.
Once again. At least to your knowledge, once again.
Time is a flat circle.
I'm
Okay.
back in the fucking building again! Oh my god, I'm so pissed!
All right, so
All right.
everyone makes their way back to Londell.
Yep.
Yeah, I wanna go shopping. Yeah, I wanna go shopping.
Yeah.
All right, so
Going shopping and shit.
Oh, we've been in this town before.
yes, you were.
We literally have.
Uh, whoops. Okay,
What do you do?
all right. So each of you makes your way down the road, accompanied by the guard, makes your way down the road from the estate leading back to the main square of Londell. I just realized this is actually the wrong map.
Okay.
Rip
Oh, so it
bozo.
wasn't crazy.
Right.
Why are you dragging out that hex?
That's the correct map. Okay.
Well, I can't delete it because I'm a promoted. That's hilarious. Into the backpack it goes.
Okay.
Nice.
Oh yeah, you'd be just about here right now. All right. As you approach the main square,
Do I actually
Oh.
need stuff?
as you approach the main square of Londell, you notice some commoners walking through and passing by, and you take a special notice at a group of robed figures in the middle of the square. Some are sitting on rocks, and one appears to be looking over some form of document.
Interesting.
Let me give you a better visual.
I dubbed them Sketchy Dudes 1 through 4.
Sketchy motherfuckers.
Other than that, it appears to be a normal day. Also, you notice that the nearby chapel is ringing its bell.
Hmm.
Interesting.
Alright, where is the store?
Lord, just ignoring this.
The general store is to your right.
This one?
Yep.
Are these robed people saying anything?
Are you are you going up to converse, or are you trying to overhear?
Like, okay, so they're not saying anything.
Alright.
Different question. Is there any overt reason why the chapel bells are ringing?
Uh would you be asking this in character, or thinking about this in character, or are you
I'm
asking this
asking. I'm asking if
like
I see anything, like if I see any overt reason.
from what you can glance over the chapel? The doors are shut, and there doesn't appear to be anybody of note directly outside the chapel doors. But you can very much hear the resounding chiming of the bell atop the chapel.
Interesting. Okay.
So Ada makes her way to the general store.
Yep.
I'll walk into the general store.
Okay. So Ada and Calistarius make their way into the general store. You you approach the general store. Uh oh, hold on, give me a second.
Okay.
Uh All right, you approach the general store and you notice the sign hanging out front, swinging in the wind, as it says Rotgrun's General Goods. You then open the door to the general store, and inside you can see everything that appears to be a relativistically normal environment for a general store. You can see some goods on shelves, as well as some bits and baubles on a display counter. The room is rather well lit by some happen place candles, and sitting down at the counter in a chair, reading a book, is appears to be a rather short-statured person.
He has a mustache. Interesting.
Ooh.
He,
Rotgrund. That's our man.
they take notice of your entrance as they stand up and say, "Welcome to me humble shop, Rotgrun's General Goods. How may I be of
I
service to ya?"
I love him. I want
Damn,
3 of them.
I didn't know it was
Hey,
that easy to
whoa.
impress you.
He's
All right.
he's a mustached man. He's a friendly mustache man.
Mm-hmm.
So
I'm just browsing around, seeing if I need anything. What type of items do you carry?
oh, bits and pieces of here and there. I got a little bit of everything in here, you see? A dwarf has bid places, you know. And bid places I have indeed. If you have an inquiry about anything specific, of course I'll be more than willing to look at the back and dig up whatever it is you need, my friend.
Thank you. I'm gonna have a look around. And what type of goods do I see as I look around?
Well, along the shelves you see plenty of different sets of things like sets of tools, sets of entertainment devices such as dragon chess sets and playing cards. You see some. You even see on display some musical instruments like drums and flutes, and even uh, even what it looks like a violin on display.
Interesting. Interesting.
You also notice more general goods like dinnerware, backpacks, containers for pouches.
Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
Uh,
Alright. Does he have like a grappling hook type or like a throwing hook type deal?
A grappling hook. So you ask him?
I guess, because that is one of the basic adventuring items.
All right. So you
Like,
ask him if you have. You ask.
yeah,
Hmm?
like a throwing hook, like you know,
Yeah. Okay. So you're looking for specifically a throwing hook?
like a grappling hook type deal.
Okay. Rockrund takes your inquiry, and he says, "Oh, yeah, I think I have one of those things lying around here. Don't ask where it's been, of course. Probably been in the
Uh,
guts of some creature, I'm sure, in its past, but it's probably perfectly good to use still."
sketch
He
for the
shuff
right.
he shuffles around in the back of his store for a bit, and emerges in his hands what appears to be a grappling hook. He says, "Here you go. Uh, let's say 70 silver."
What? Oh, I have to do math.
Suck it, jabroni.
Haha, fool. You need to
Hey,
do math.
I'm looking it up. How much? I'm looking up the grappling hook to see how much money it is in terms
In the
of gold.
player's handbook, it's
In, ter-
2
in,
GP.
in terms of gold, so I can do money.
Okay, but remember this world uses 0 to 100 money. So money transferal.
The
So
one gold coin is
1 gold coin is 100 silver. 1 silver is 100 copper.
okay. I thought I was looking up to do math. Like I didn't know if you actually conversioned it. Of course. I was also wondering. This might be a more specific question. But do you have a map of the area?
He looks at you and says, "A map of this area of Londell, or map of the region? Map of the
Region,
continent? What?"
region preferably.
Ah, yeah. I should have one of those lying around as well. He continues to rummage through a few of the things behind the desk. He eventually pulls out a a wrapped up paper and unfurls it on the counter.
I
Ah,
assume
here
it's
we
a man.
go, he says, as he continues to say, "This is this is a map of the whole region around Yvondell here. So, just about every important location around the town."
Perfect. I'll take both.
All right. Well, for the grappling hook, I said I'll give that to you for 70 silver, and for the map, I could get rid of a few more of these things. 30 silver. So you can give me a gold for it all.
I'll make that trade, and I'll hand him a gold.
Pleasure to do business with you, sir. He takes the
Was.
gold in his hand.
Was.
He takes the gold in his hand and gives you the items.
Thank you, my good merchant.
Of course. Is there anything a humble dwarf could do for you today?
I don't know. I'll let everyone else do their shopping. If they're looking for
Yeah.
anything.
I think I guess question for the DM. Would Ada have like a notebook that she was using during her time at the academy? Like just
Um,
jot down notes and stuff.
well, is it part of your character sheet, or are you asking, like, is it something you would have left at the academy?
Well, I mean, would it be something that she would have on her, or would it be like something I'd need to buy?
I would say if it's not currently on your character sheet, then you don't have it.
All right, then that's on the shopping list. I need more than I was anticipating. I'm glad we came here. All right,
Is
in
there
that
any?
case, I guess Ada's going to be looking for a notebook, among other things.
Okay. You look around the shop a bit more, and you eventually come across a display case, an open displays case with a few journals of varying quality in them.
Hmm.
There's one that looks like it was that looks like it's partially been through a war, beaten up and misshapen, but the pages are still intact.
Hmm.
And and to your eye, there's another journal that's significantly more uh, that looks significantly of higher quality with a nice leather bound exterior and even a metal lock on the side.
Hmm. Yeah, I think Ada will go for the nice one.
Okay. The dwarf takes notice of your interest and he says, "Ah, looking at the journals, are we? Well, for that nice little one I see you eyeing, I'll part ways with it for 2 gold, since it's a nice looking one."
Well, all right, that sounds fair, but I'll still be looking around for other things I might need.
All right, well, keep looking around then. Is there anything else that you want to ask about, party?
I've got nothing. Um, actually, do we need to worry about rations?
Well, you ate a dinner, a full-fledged dinner at the Disposed Manor last night, which covered your need for, which covered a full meal for that day. You ate breakfast, which I'd say would cover about half a day meal's worth for the day.
Hmm.
So,
Okay.
long story short, no, you're not currently exhausted.
But if we go explore, okay, I've got like 9 rations, so I'm good for now. We're not going for longer than that. We're not going for like crazy long, and we're not going super far, I don't believe.
Well, unless for some reason you guys want to hop continents, I don't. Your travels right now are a little bit on the shorter side, I would say.
Yeah, so I don't need to super worry about and yeah, so then in that case I'm good.
I heard you mention tools when you were listing out the things about, so I guess she'll take a look at the tools.
Okay. You take a look at the shelves containing toolkits and supplies, and you find just about along the shelves just about anything that any sort of hobbyist would need for for any sort of certain types of professions: alchemy, calligraphy, uh, glass blowing, wood carving, painting, leatherworking, you name it, it's there.
Any smith tools?
One of the toolkits you notice has everything you would need for blacksmithing.
All right, I'll pick it up and show it to Rotgrund and say, how much would this be?
Ah, that's for the smithy's tools over there. Well, that's quite the collection. So, I'd say 20 gold pieces if you have it on hand.
Oh, I'm afraid not. At least not right now. And she'll put it back. And I think next she's looking for like a tarp, like
Uh, a
some
tarp.
like just something she could use to like cover up like I don't know, say something that would be like if you need to cover up something like I don't know. For example, like a corpse in the back of a carriage or a beast made
Okay.
of metal that you don't want people to know about because they might shit their pants and run screaming.
All right, Sean. I think you're giving a little bit way too much there.
Just hypotheticals, of course. But like, yeah, something like she could lay out and work on or like cover something up with
All
a
right.
tarp.
You ask you ask Rotgrund if he has any form of tarp lying around, and he says, I'm sure I've got something of that ilk around here. He reaches to the back of the store and he pulls out a medium-sized piece of leather about the size of a average human person and says, I think this would be able to constitute for a top.
Yes, that'll do nicely, actually.
All right then. I'll give it to you for 50 silver pieces.
Sounds fair enough to me, but if you could hold on to it, I'm still looking.
Very well, I'll keep it besides the counter here.
Alright,
Puts
let's
the leather tarp behind the counter.
yeah, I guess let's speed this up. So how about like a playing card set, a bedroll, a mess kit, and a whetstone?
Okay, so all right, I guess if we're fast forwarding this then. So playing card set, that'll be 5 silver. Uh Mess kit, that'll be something. 10 silver. Yeah. Uh what were your other things you wanted?
Bedroll and whetstone.
Okay, bedroll will be 2 gold pieces. And a whetstone uh will be 5 silver.
Alright, well. Alright, and one last thing, how about a healer's kit?
The healer's kit, will be 10 gold.
So maybe not that one. That's a bit handy, but a bit much. Alright, you know what? Fuck it, I'm taking it.
So which are you buying? The healer's kit? Just the healer's kit?
I'm taking. So. It was 10 GP. Alright, so. Alright, grand total tarp, notebook, playing card set, healer's kit, bedroll, mess kit, whetstone. So I wrote down the tarp as 50 silver, the notebook as 2 gold.
Yes.
Playing card set, 5 silver, healer's kit, 10 gold, bedroll, 2 gold, mess kit, 10 silver, whetstone, 5 silver.
Yes.
Alright, so.
So
Yay, time for math. I got
yeah,
this, I think.
While you math, can I speak?
Yes.
of course.
So I just looked over the stuff that I do have, and I realized the Dungeoneer's Pack does not come with a bedroll, so I need a bedroll. And also, I have a green gemstone that might have sentimental value. I think it was from the fisherman guy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Can I sell that?
you can try.
Like, would they get I pull it out and I walk over to Ada. I'm like, this was your fisherman friends, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
I don't think there's much we could do with it other than sell it. Would you mind if I did it?
I mean, I think that'll be alright. Not sure what I could do with it.
That was my thoughts, but I didn't want to go selling something sentimental without asking first.
Yes, well.
Rockrund overhears your talk about selling something, and he comes over and says, "Oh, you have something you want to pawn off?"
Well, I got this here little green gemstone from killing some nasty old fish mellers. Fellers. Sorry, not smellers. Fish fellers. Um, and I was wondering what I could get for it.
He looks at the gem in your hands and says, "Ah, well, I've never been much of a jewel crafter myself, but think it's the dwarven blood in me talking. I do like the look of that." Tell you what, if you want to sell it, I'll give you 10 gold for it.
I'll take that deal, but I also want that bedroll. So 8 gold in the bedroll. Sound good?
Sounds good to me, friend.
Pleasure doing business.
Alright, you get...
Yeah, go ahead.
Yep, Peregrine hands the gem over to Rotgrund as he then gives you 8 golden change and the bedroll.
Wondrous.
Alright. By the way, I finished mathing. Assuming I get everything right, 70 silver and 14 gold.
Yep, so do you have that much money?
I do.
Okay, so you can transact and add all those items to your inventory.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm also looking at the remainder of my equipment and stuff and like things that I've picked up. I have a chain shirt from something. Would anyone need that, or could I also sell that?
I think that was from the goblin chief boss rather.
Oh yes,
And
that sounds.
I don't think Daniel was taking it. And Ada, she has better armor.
I think that's how I
I
ended
should-
up with it as well.
I should have clarified at the time as well, when you picked up that chain shirt, that it is sized for a small humanoid. So
Okay.
it does not fit anybody above small size, or
Oh,
smaller
okay.
than that for that matter.
In that case, I'll also be like, you know, if you're interested in buying something else, I found this. It's a good quality chain shirt, but it just don't fit right. You know what I mean?
Rockrun looks at the chain shirt, and he says, well, I'm sure if I'm ever to get in a scuffle, that might be able to save my life. Tell you what, I'll give you 15 gold for it."
Sounds like a deal, partner.
You shake hands and exchange the gold and chain shirt.
All right. Now I'm done, even though I said I was done before I did anything.
All right, is there anything else you guys want to do in the general store?
I think that's it.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
All right. So, does the party make their way outside the general store now?
Yep. I'm gonna
Yep.
after I'm done packing pretty much everything into my backpack, I'll say thank you to Rotgrund and then take my leave.
I shall tip my hat to this gentleman.
Mm.
A pleasure doing business with you lot. Be sure to come back soon, he says as he waves.
Now, I hate to be
Alright.
this guy, but you think we should wrap it up here and then leave like the actual adventure for next time, or?
It's up to you guys. It is getting close to midnight. So,
I'd be down for that.
I'm accepting of this.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Gives me time to also figure out what the hell happened to the second floor of the Gispo Manor.
Yep.
The
Gone,
thief
reduced
took
to
it.
atoms.
Newman.
Oh,
Tabletop.
damn.
Yo, he stole
Uh,
the entire second floor of the house.
okay.
Yo, that crazy bro.
All right. All right. All right. Well, leave it off for there tonight. I'll drop a save here, and where's Yep, I'll drop the save here. Okay, and save. Boom. Okie dokie. All right. That's it for tonight, pretty much. I hope you all enjoyed.
I did.
Loved it, homie.
What was
That was
That's
pretty good.
great. All right, cool.